All right, everybody. Welcome to Plus One Shoot the. I'm not going to say that word so we don't get demoned immediately. My name is James, and
We're not monetized.
I don't know if that's actually how it works. I'm just having fun with it. Welcome to Plus One Shoot the Shit, where the show that we do game systems and testing sometimes, and this time we're doing a playtest. We're doing a playtest of Daggerheart. So I'm James. I'm going to be running the playtest today, as I promised I would about 4-ish weeks ago. And let's go down the list of players and go ahead and introduce yourselves. Aaron, you first.
You introduced me already. I'm Aaron. I'm on a bunch of other plus one shot games. In fact, all of them. I'm playing a fun. Don't look. I am in all of them.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I was like, no, that can't be
Challenging you.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the only game I haven't been in is your very first one, the very first one on the channel.
Yeah, true. Wait.
And the one I ran, but I can't be in that. I couldn't be in that one.
And that's 2. That counts as 2.
Does it?
Create a character and then you could technically be in it.
Technically, I was in it. I was all the NPCs and the Yeti.
There you go.
The Yeti. All right, next up, Charles.
Hi, hello. I'm in exactly now 2 current games. Yeah. There were a few more, but now there's only 2 that I'm in, including this one. Yeah, so I'm playing a fawn as well. We're going to figure it out. We're probably going to be related in some way.
Yeah.
All right, next
Cowboy fawn sex.
Next up, Michelle, go.
It's me. I am Michelle Go. As opposed to Michelle Stay, I'm probably gonna be a mushroom girl. Lady, woman, mush woman. I'm Michelle. Okay, I'm really excited about that.
You actually have that as your name in the other channel. I thought that was already the joke.
No, that wasn't why I picked it. I picked it because you told me I could be glow in the dark. That was the reason.
Fair. Very fair.
What else? I'm also in all the games. All of them. Every single one. I hate myself. Moving on.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, this is your fault. You're to blame.
No, it's you guys' fault. You were like, oh man, I wish that we could have a game where somebody else DMs. And then you guys all ended up DMing anyway. Whoops.
It's the way it goes.
You were like, cool, I'll make a channel and then
plan.
we'll do that. And then you were like, all right, now you guys DM forever. And we were like, I feel like you tricked us.
Don't we rope a couple more people in?
Yeah.
It was an accident.
Yeah, it's fine. Next up, Monty.
Yes, my name is Monty or Patrick or Swash.
Or Tita?
Or Tita, and the other exact game that I play exactly 2 in right now. Until probably Power Rangers comes back. Not Power Rangers. Teens with Attitude comes
There we
back.
go.
One day you're going to bring back Green and Horny, right?
Yeah. Team Green and Horny will come back at some point.
And I'll actually get to be a rogue.
Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah. That's it.
Cool. Next
I'm a
up,
turtle.
Hi, I'm Philip. I'm playing Candy Boy in this
Boy.
one. I am also in all of the other games. One of them I am running it, but
You were almost not
2
in
of
all the
them.
other games.
almost.
Yeah, 2 of them you were running.
So, yeah.
I'm just gonna. Philip is in the only 2 standard games right now besides D and Diablo, as the person running it, and then in D and Diablo as a player.
Yep.
I like it. I'm having fun. This is my good idea of a weekend.
This is my good
I play
idea
Pony
of
Boy,
a
who's
time.
fairy. I think I said Pony Boy. Candy Boy. You maybe guess where I got the idea from. Yeah, Candy Boy. He's a fairy and a seraph.
Awesome.
Stay golden, Pony Boy.
Yep. Hey, guess what color my eyes are?
Pink.
They're golden.
Golden.
Oh, that's terrifying. Can't wait.
I guess I'm the weird one.
Y'all are
Philip
all
was
the
like,
weird
it's
ones.
kind of
Don't-
weird, right? And I was like, I don't find it that weird
I'm just gonna point out that
I don't see it.
Aaron here is literally just a goat man. That is the picture of a goat. It's just a goat.
Listen, I didn't know what to. I didn't know. I wasn't gonna hunt around or do an AI thing. It was last minute, so I was like, "Hello, image of goat, upload."
It's
So,
great because
I'm a mushroom.
we have two standard images for the character races, and then we have literally a Japanese beetle, a thing of mushrooms, and a goat. Just a goat. It's good times.
If this was a game that we're spending more time on, maybe I'd make a picture of a man goat person. But fucking theater of the mind. Imagine that we look similar as humanoid goat man.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
Fair.
So anyway,
we're siblings. He stands on 2 legs and speaks English, and I walk on 4 legs and only go. Meh.
Oh no!
This is
you
Disney
wield
stuff.
weapons like the dog from Dark Souls. You just have them in your mouth.
I'm Sif, but a goat.
No, this is too weird. This is like Pluto next to Goofy.
Goofy, yeah.
I don't like it.
Goofy's supposed to be a cow, I thought. Isn't that the thing?
I don't know what he's supposed to be.
Goofy's original girlfriend was a cow.
Yeah, Goofy.
Yeah,
His girlfriend is a cow. Mirabelle.
Clarabelle.
And he's a
Clarabelle,
dog?
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a dog.
Okay.
Yeah, he and Pluto are the same somehow.
Yeah.
Mickey and Minnie, mice. Donald and Daisy, ducks. Goofy and Clarabelle,
Progressive.
Yeah.
Their insurance?
No. Stop.
Womp.
Moving on. All right, we're going to get into this. We are playing Daggerheart, and I want to say the thing up front that they asked us all to say. We are currently going to be playing the playtest version 1.2 of Daggerheart. So if you're tuning in, this is the playtest as of April, I want to say 9th.
Is it 1.2?
No, it's
I think
1.3.
it's 1.3. Yeah, 1.3.
Did I say 1.2 out loud?
You did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Well, the playtest is still 1.2, right? The game?
No. I cut it.
Oh.
Cut it all. Burn the reel. It's a lie. It's all wrong. We are playing playtest version 1.3. 1.3 is the very newest playtest that just came out this week. We are currently on the date of April 12th, 2024. And so if there's a newer version than that, all of this stuff is outdated now. But we're going to go ahead and give it a shot and have fun because it looked like a fun system. It looks like it has a bunch of different stuff to do. And it has cards, which has
Our
Michelle.
little cards say open beta even on them.
Open beta. Just shout it from the rooftops. This is all in progress work.
Open beta!
So anyway, we are going to be playing the playtest packet, which I think technically is a 1.2 item, but we are using the 1.3 rule set for it. So we'll see if there's anything that gets kludgy. It shouldn't really. I want to say some things based off of the stuff that we talked about before. I know I kind of went on a weird tangent when we were talking about Daggerheart when it came to John Harper and Blades in the Dark and thinking it was really weird about the clocks versus the countdown dice. John Harper is in fact the guy who made all of the different domain icons. So he
cool.
is the John Harper credited for art in Daggerheart. So I imagine he's not too head up about it.
Yeah. Probably all right.
Yeah. Some other things that there's so many changes. They put them on the Critical Role website. So if you haven't seen, it's the complete overhaul of just about every single card that could be printed out. So Philip, good job on not printing those before 2 days. And there's been a lot of adjustments. One of the big adjustments that I noticed is that evasion is now nerfed into the ground because it was so strong. It was too strong. And they did some stuff about that. So anyway, we're going to get into it. So the open beta starts with the group of adventurers on a quest with a package.
Really quick.
Yes.
We are playing on Roll20, just to put that in there. And we're using character sheets off of
Demiplane.
Nexus.
Demiplane.
The Daggerheart Nexus.
The Daggerheart
on Demiplane.
Nexus.
Yeah.
So
and they are
just
right here.
kudos all around to everybody who's put all of this stuff out. Thank you very much. And if you want to do the same thing we're doing, then hit up those. You can hit up those places. And
I will give
find those materials as well.
A quick shout out. I will be using some maps today, and those maps were created by Mad Cartographer. They're unofficial maps, but they have to do with the Daggerheart playtest. So it was very nice of them to make a bunch of two free. Completely free unofficial maps so that people can use them on an actual like grid environment. So if you need some maps or you're thinking of running the playtest online, hit Mad Cartographer up. They had some. So good stuff there.
Very cool.
Other than that, I think it's good for us to get into the last little bit of character creation stuff that we have to do. All of you made characters, and we should probably just kind of go into who those characters are, maybe describe them a little bit more than just saying fun mushroom or anything like that. Let's go ahead and get started let's start with Michelle.
Oh no, this isn't alphabetical. All right, I do have, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I wanted to try this out because I'm a little bit of a critter, and anything that they do tends to be very fun. So when James was like, "Hey, I'm gonna run this," I'm like, I want to go. Me too, yes. I asked him to help me put a character together, and was pleasantly surprised when I went to go make this on Demiplane that it was very, very like comprehensively easy to construct.
No, it's very nice. Also,
just to put that out there.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say also just to also put it out there. I have you guys' character sheets visible ability on the thing that I have open. So I just want to say this character sheet, this character editor, everything is really nice, and also very forgiving of the that's an awesome picture. Very
don't distract him.
It's very scalable. It goes well with however you scale it on your page, which is a very nice trick for them to have done. It's very well put together and very readable.
It even works on your phone. We discovered earlier.
Yeah. It's
right,
mobile friendly.
So Frigga, to actually talk about the character, I was gonna go with a bard initially because they told me that there was an ability where if you rhymed 3 words, you get some kind of bonus, and that's just right up my alley. But since this one's a little bit of a throwaway, I've decided to try druid. It looks a little bit different than your average druid. Though to be fair, most of the jobs are just a smidge different than your average. I don't know, I'm like 3.5 foot tall. I'm like a spindly, weird, kind of broken, crooked old man type. I'm an old lady, but you know, when you think of the crooked man, you think of like the weird, twistedy, thin body, and then like this big old mushroom cap, which glows. I have clothes because they're necessary. So like, you know, society tells me I have clothes. So enough of my mushroom bits are covered up that nobody's gonna get mad. I did go with the beast form. Actually, I guess all of them have beast form. The elemental style druid, because I was like, I could be like a fire fair, or like a water fox, or weird stuff like that. Because with druid, you can combine those 2 abilities, and I just think that's cool. What else about this character? I am gonna play them like an old lady. I'm gonna try and play them like a weird old lady. So expect like where there's originals just out of pockets that you didn't know I had, and
but they're actually like those puffy spore sacks.
Yeah,
So when you go to put them in your mouth, there's like.
Ugh, why would I do that? I don't know.
You don't know any better.
Uh-oh.
Maybe.
Is everybody going okay with the sound? So I'm hearing a blip.
So Aaron, I think your cord was messing up just a little bit. Kind of did a pop sound.
Yeah. The experience thing was kind of like, oh no, what do I pick? But the more I just like sat there and thought about it, the more it was easy to come up with something sort of related. So I've gone with I think it's something like a quiet walk in the wild. So like somebody who might have experience just, you know, having a nice time walking through the woods, but I figured from that I could get sort of like a stealth, maybe not an on-purpose stealth, but a stealth. And then somebody who would notice like herbs or whatever, just little nonsense you might forage for in the woods. Well, the other thing I went for is, oh my gosh, what did I even call it? Oh, accidental klepto or something like that. No, generous klepto. So somebody who sort of intentionally but unintentionally takes things, you know? Like, ooh, that's shiny, or ooh, that's a pretty bottle, or I could use that later and stick it in a pocket. But it's not because necessarily she wants it, just because she thinks it might be useful. And so if somebody's like, hey, crap, I really needed a knife for this, she may be like, oh, I have one of those. I got it like 3 months ago, you know, from that place we were 3 months ago. And everybody's like, what? And then she shuffles through her pocket and ta-da, here it is.
And because that's kind of an out-of-pocket power, I've imposed what I feel is fun restriction on it, which is, yes, you can have something out that comes out of pocket, but I get to decide what it is based off of what you ask for.
Yeah. So it might be the right type of thing. You might need a knife. I might have a butter knife. That's not quite the same. It might be a letter opener. That's almost the same.
It's a letter opener that looks like one of those novelty swords. There's no edge on it.
Yeah.
You could stab something, maybe.
Maybe.
So
you can
just
stab
sort of
some
a,
mail. You can stab the heck out of some mail.
Yeah. A quirky old lady mushroom is what I'm going for.
Can't wait to meet her. All right. Next up, we're going to switch over to Philip. Tell us about Candy Boy.
So Candy Boy is a fairy seraph. And I'm not sure. I don't know what questions you might have about this man. It's a fairy.
He's a beetle.
He's a beetle. A rhino beetle, like the big nose with the fork at the end of it. He is very large for a fairy, I guess, about 4 feet tall. But he's very wide. The book says they go from somewhere between 3 to 5, as much as 7. So he's mid-range in that, but he's very, very stocky, very, very wide.
He's a chungus.
He is. He ate a lot of candy when he was growing. Put on a lot.
I learned
of weight.
a new phrase for this. He is gat.
Okay, I'll take your word for that
He's
one.
got a dump truck, yeah.
I learned something today because of Philip. Explain the bug growing thing.
So yeah, since bugs have hard skeletons, like when they molt, their the new skin is soft, and then as they get bigger, it can stretch the skin, and that's how they get a bigger hard exoskeleton. And so yeah, that's basically what happened. He just as a child, ate so much candy that he got very, very large from doing this and kind of exceeded the standard growth, and that got him the nickname Candy Boy. And so anyone who's a friend of his knows it as a good moniker. He's not offended by it or anything. When there was a natural disaster in his sea, he is a seaborn, and this deity sort of reached down and through him brought a bunch of strength, allowed him to do some incredible feats of strength to save people in his village. By being touched by said deity, turned his eyes from the normal sort of fairy color eyes to just pure golden orbs that kind of glow a little, and it tends to unnerve a lot of people. So he keeps his eyes closed majority of the time. But so yeah, he just keeps his eyes closed. But because of I say divine vision, but it's just sort of special. He can see through his eyelids at this point, So people are like, oh, he's walking around blind or something. He's like, no, he can still see. It's just he sort of does it to, make other people feel.
He's not rude. He doesn't have his high beams on as he goes down the highway.
Exactly. So he does that. And just a very big seraph. He is, his clothes are.
What
sort of
size is he as a
modest and
fairy? Height. Give me height, weight.
So he's 4 feet tall, which is sort of their middle for height, but he's probably, close to 3 feet wide. So he's just a very large. I don't know how much they would weigh. I would imagine they'd be like a dwarf's. In my mind, they kind of remind me like that. So he's probably bordering on 200 pounds.
Dang. It's a big boy.
Yeah. Unless he's flying, in which case then all of his weight goes away. And
Must be nice.
Yeah, so he's got modest and worn clothing. He works sort of like a monk or a cleric priest type, so he's not big onto high fashion or material goods.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, that's pretty much him.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna back up just real quick to Michelle, because Michelle, you have some connections that we need to figure out for your character.
Oh God!
Oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense yet. We're gonna go through so everybody hears everybody's character first. That way you can have a more informed decision on the connections. And Aaron laughed at me, so Aaron gets to go next.
That's fine. It's funny. Quiet you. Yes, I am Ewan. I am a Ridgeborn Fawn Warrior, Call of the Slayer.
Yeah.
I imagine he and his brother just come from like one of those like side of a cliff villages, pretty much. Very middle of nowhere. Ewan's always been.
I like the idea of like the Adobe village built into the cliff, but like you recede it all the way into the cliff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no stairs or
literally-
walkways or anything. You just climb up and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hollow out a big chunk of the side of the cliff to just build as a foundation. But Ewan was always wanted to like be like their grandfather, who was like an adventurer. He went and saw the world and came back, and he's always had stories. So Ewan's very much like, I'm gonna go on adventures. Fuck yeah!
That's
Meanwhile,
adorable.
his brother's like, I'm busy studying. He's like, no, you're gonna learn so much shit if we go. Like, come on, we have like 10 books in this whole village.
All
So
right.
he's been training. He's doing like the child workout routine of just like lifting rocks and just jumping off houses to get tougher and stuff like that.
Jumping off houses to get tougher.
Yeah. You got to toughen yourself up. So it's like you take bumps. You just like intentionally learn how to fall in the right way so you don't fuck yourself up. Like wrestling, they hit the ground hard. They just make it seem like it hurts more than it does.
Which for a fawn is you go completely rigid and then you just kind of clunk down the hill. Like
Exactly. So
goats when you scare them.
So I don't know how these will apply, but the experiences I took were young, dumb, and full of adventure.
Is that?
And,
wait, I need to reload your sheet. Hold on. Yay! Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and the other one was a leaper, not a looker. He tends to jump first without thinking of the consequences.
I love both of
that's
those
part of the
experiences.
adventure, right? You just got to jump. You got to jump in.
Yeah. That's so heartwarming, Aaron. Damn. It's good stuff.
Usually I play the grumpy, no nonsense character. I'm gonna be a little goofy.
You could be himbo. You himbo it.
I'm a little himbo.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have your brother, Charles.
Hi, hello. So I am also playing a Ridgeborn Fawn Wizard. Okay, so we got W's. Interesting. I'm School of War. So Navarre is his name. And yes, his younger brother here likes to jump off things. So did their grandfather. So did most of their family. So he decided, you know what? I'm going to figure out how to protect these idiots from dying. So he's more of a protection wizard. He's got a little bit of healing, not a whole lot. But mostly, he can put you in a little bubble. You can jump down that. That'll be fine. He comes into battle and helps people out. So yeah, he absolutely is not a himbo. Just absolutely the opposite. He hates anyone who's like, adventuring is just fine. It's easy. He is the guy who's like, no, you need to be prepared. Do you understand what you're doing? So he's very bookish and very much protective of his younger brother here and the whole party, even if you want it or not.
It did not occur to me having two fawns is just going to be a damage nexus for our group.
Uh-huh.
And you're playing a close range wizard and a warrior.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully there are limits on how much damage you can deal in a turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you ready to ping
Was that
pong some
Marty?
motherfuckers?
Oh yeah, we're gonna kick everybody. I missed when it was headbutt. Also, it just reminds me because you mentioned Bard. Did you know they took the rhyming thing away from Bard?
What?
In this playtest? Yeah, in 1.3 it's gone.
Oh.
Son of a bitch.
Well, I'm
Feedback,
glad I
we haven't
stuck
even
with
played it?
Druid then.
Bring it back. Here's my feedback. We haven't even played it. Bring it back. But yeah, so he's kind of the bookish scholar. He knows all about rune magic. So he's drawn runes and protecting people or hurting people.
I get why they would take that out, but why? Stop it. No, that's not fun.
I mean, no one
Yeah.
can tell you that you're not allowed to
Exactly,
rhyme when
right?
you do everything. I
Yeah.
think they were
I
like,
know,
we
but I
don't
want
want that
points
to be
for
the
it.
trigger of the power because
Yeah,
then
they
that's
didn't want it to be the trigger.
Don't be
Because
lazy.
it's the same. Look, it's hard to rhyme with orange, okay?
Door hinge.
See? Exactly.
Porridge.
Pickles.
Yeah, it's close.
Orange Range did it easily. That was just right there.
Yeah, but that's the majority about him. Yeah.
And you are a magical historian and a lexicographical master.
So he's a magical historian. That's one of the experiences. So he knows a lot about magic and how it's proliferated and who uses it and that sort of stuff. And lexicographical mastery, he's a giant nerd. And if it's written or even like arithmetic that's written down, he understands it very well. But he's not great with kind of just ideas. He needs to put them down on paper. So that's just kind of the idea that I had there.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. So next up, let's go ahead and go to Monty.
Hi. So, my name is Swash, and he had, Swash is what is it, a Galpa? I always get the name mixed up.
Galaga.
Galapa. A Galapa.
Yeah,
He's a Galapa.
Galapagos.
Where's he go?
exactly.
And he had
island.
two other brothers, and whose names were Swish and Swoosh. So Swish, Swash, Swoosh, because they were kind of named after. I saw people. They're kind of born by the sea, and they watch people coming in and pirate. Not really say pirates, but people swinging swords all the time. So they just just three brothers chilling out. So it's like, hey, let's name ourselves. I mean, what could go wrong when you're naming yourself, right? He's older now.
Does he regret
Obviously
his name
full
now?
age. Huh?
So does he regret his name now?
He's still like, it's something that ties him to his brother. So, both brothers, they just kind of, they're, as far as he knows, they're alive, but they're just out and about, as turtles do. They just kind of separate and do their turtle things. He is about 5.5 feet tall, roughly around 600 pounds. Is just a turtle, right? A really big turtle. Which is also why I picked it, because I didn't want to make Sunny as I was going through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like the cog, what are they? The cog class or race?
Clank, yeah.
Yeah, the clank. I
thought about it too.
like the clank's really cool. I'm like, and then I was going to be, the guardian. I'm like, I really don't want to make Sunny. But
Nothing's original. Do what you want.
yeah,
Art is dead, or so says Bo Burnham.
There are no new stories.
the Iron Giant says it's art. So
Well, it's all just the elixir cha-cha or something. I don't remember.
yeah, so did that. I thought, yeah, that'd be cool. Be a frontliner. He's a guardian, so he's more on the
He's a
fighting
moron?
side. Yeah,
Ah.
moron.
Oh.
He's a little slow. That's okay. Still love him. His one brother was more of the defender type. He is more of the fighter type, and his third brother was more of like the caster type. So they went the three kind of different schools, and so they each went their own way,
Ooh.
as you do.
Yeah.
Most of his, I mean, obviously his shell is the biggest part of his armor. At first glance, it looks pretty. It looks like a shell, right? But as you get closer to it, you would notice that there would be more nicks and just things where you've seen maybe a battle axe or a weapon of some sort just bounce off the shell and make a nice little indention. He's taken other pieces of armor to obviously cover up the pieces that aren't. that are out in the open. Yeah, that's
Do they
That's
get
plus.
armor and shell?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to a degree. I get more armor if I don't. It gets added to proficiency if I'm not wearing armor. So I'd use my armor plus proficiency, and that would be my armor.
Mhm.
Or my shell axe has it. But yeah, I do believe I still get some.
You do
Armor
add your
bonuses.
proficiency to your armor score, which means that you're
Oh,
having
regardless?
armor of 5 right now, even though it looks like you're wearing chainmail, which would I think be the 4 armor normally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Carries. Oh, it's a great sword. I think it's a great axe. I have to change that picture now.
You'll get it.
But no, James, we have a better picture than the one that you saw.
I think
yeah.
this picture's plenty fine, and if we go on break, I'll fix it. It's fine. Good
But
solid mustache on this turtle, in case, just so everybody
Mhm.
knows.
yeah, he would have the mustache.
All
As
right,
you do.
and with that, I think we're going to go ahead and move into connections. Something that is very similar to the Powered by the Apocalypse systems that people might be familiar with in Daggerheart. Each character has a list of, I think it's 3 connections or 2 connections that they form between the other party members. And so you guys are going to all be members of a group. And not only that, but you are a trusted, I'm going to butcher names here, but because it's based on memory. You're a trusted adventuring group that is being entrusted right now by the king of the capital city to deliver a package to someone just vaguely known as the Arcanist. And it's of the utmost importance to the kingdom. And as such, you are all going all the way to Hush as quickly as you can, which is their hometown in very dense wood. But as you all know each other, you formed bonds and connections over the course of your adventuring together, along with your experiences that you have for yourselves personally. And so with that, if you don't mind going to the connections on your page and just start reading out, basically each connection is a question that you ask to another player and they give you the answer. So it's a good way of like helping the other characters build a little bit into your character.
Mhm.
So we'll do reverse the order and start with Monty. Go ahead and choose someone for your first connection question.
Sorry, I had to get there. Philip, because I can't remember your character's
Yes.
name.
Candy boy.
Candy. How could I forget that?
It's all good.
What small gift did you give me that you noticed that I still carry with me?
A piece of candy.
God.
It would be a gem, sort of like a cut gemstone, that I think looks like hard candy.
Piece
Fair.
of candy.
Yeah.
So you say I could probably fashion that into like well,
Probably
I would
be
say I would probably have it
like a necklace
fashioned to
or
like a necklace. I was trying to think if it'd be like a necklace or something I'd hold on like tied to the hilt of a weapon. But yeah, I would
Yeah,
if it's
probably
ever,
something more like a charm that you do on your
Yeah.
weapon. So yeah, a gem looking rock pebble type thing that is a
What were the old cell phone when they used to actually have the loops on
Oh
them?
God.
oh yeah,
The cell phone charm.
Yeah, cell phone charm.
charms. Yeah, a weapon charm kind of looks like candy, like a hard candy.
Delicious.
Okay.
All right, next we're going to go over to Philip. Ask a connection of another player.
Aaron, why do you ask me so many questions about my god?
Wow.
Because we come from because we've only ever. No, we're above. We're a lad above. Like up in the mountains.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess because we come from a very isolated place, maybe maybe there's one god that people really worship in our village. So it's like, so you're telling me there's more than one god? I don't know about this. Give me the deets.
Okay.
Well, what would your god say about people who live in high places?
Better, right?
They shouldn't throw stones.
Better? Worse?
Better.
Does your god live in a high place? Are we higher than your god? Are we gods?
Holy crap.
Your gods.
Yeah.
Basically.
I'm told that's demeaning. You shouldn't do that.
About saying your gods or acting like goats.
Yeah, acting like goats. I mean, I didn't do that.
All right, next question. Charles, ask a connection of someone.
Okay. All right, Michelle. What weird hobby or strange fascination do we both share?
Oh my god.
Yeah, what's weird?
What's weird?
You know what? I'm gonna throw back to my old experience thingy that I tossed out for the old lady bag. We like weird food, just like you roll up into a restaurant and they're like, we offer a strawberry sauteed squid, and we're like, fuck yeah, let's try that.
I like it.
Weird culinary food.
It's good. All right, let's see. Next up.
It works for you because you're a goat.
Mm-hmm.
And me because I'm a mushroom.
And I lived in one place my whole life, so I'll try anything.
All right, so Michelle, go ahead and ask a connection of one of the other players.
All right. Monty, what did you confess to me that makes me leap out into danger for you every time? As a total.
Something that makes you leap out into danger for me.
Yeah.
Huh.
What makes me protective of you, I guess.
I'm only 3.5 years old.
Yeah. I'm only 300.5 years old. I would say probably the fact that it was a lot of me and my two brothers growing up. We didn't know any of our parents, and it was essentially it was just us. I mean, we always had each other's backs. We always, did things together, but now that we're separate, I feel disjointed. Like, there's pieces of me missing, but there's well, 600-pound turtle. I mean, but it's still like, there's things that should be there aren't there.
Gotcha. All right.
And honestly, that could very much resonate with Frigga, Michelle, because of the in-lore hive mind thing.
Yeah.
Because you're also a little mushroom used to being connected up to a bigger picture. Maybe.
My shromies.
Yeah.
My sharomas.
Got him. Oh, he did. Look, I killed him.
All right, who wants to go with the connection next?
Aaron has some, I think, right?
Yeah, I haven't done one yet.
Yeah. Thought I missed one.
Michelle.
Yes.
What fear am I helping you overcome?
This is stupid. The first thing that came to mind was being eaten.
That's legit for a mushroom.
Yeah, no, that's super legit.
Yeah. Let's do it. Why are all mine about
there's a bigger
food?
thing. I don't know.
Are you hungry?
No.
Mushrooms are delicious. Someone else go ahead and grab another connection.
Charles,
Mm-hmm.
what lie have you told me about yourself that I absolutely believe?
Mm. That all fawn are so good at like scaling, rocks and things that we could literally stand on things sideways. Like we don't even have to worry about it.
Legit.
Amazing.
So something that my father once told me is that living on cliffs like that, they grow up and they go one direction, and they actually have legs that are shorter on one side of their body, and they can only go up and down in one direction. And I thought that was true for like years.
Yeah, I basically tell you that we're like spiders almost, but only with rock.
Yeah. Have you seen the meme picture of like the frog that climbs a wall? It's like, oh, you can't get up here, but frog and like the goat touches the wall, and it's like at 91 degrees. So
Yeah.
All right, next connection. Who wants it?
Who thinks their character has what will die in battle? Like, kind of has like a battle death wish. Anybody?
I'm not so much a death wish, but Ewan probably has a very small fear response at this point.
Yeah. Presents himself as the one who's going to die first.
Yeah, he doesn't think he's gonna die first, but his actions definitely say he might die first.
Well, I've already got a connection with you, so I was going to try and grab someone else. But
I mean,
maybe Frigga, or because she's the squishiest.
No, I don't think I'm going to die in battle.
Yeah.
Do you think she's gonna be eaten?
She thinks she's gonna die on a plate.
Yeah,
that's true.
Swatch just thinks that he's in combat enough, and it's just his job, and it's been his job for so long that he will eventually die in battle.
Okay,
then that works. So, what promise did you make me agree to should you die on the battlefield? And I can't clear your browser history now. So,
dang it.
Something else.
Oh, this is gonna be real great. So, to take the charm that you gave me and search out for one of my other brothers to give to them in remembrance of me.
Like that.
Very cool.
All right, we got a few more to go. Who's next?
I can go. All right, Candy Boy. What
if
favor?
That is your real name?
Yeah.
It's not.
Favor. What favor have I asked of you that you're not sure you can fulfill? It's a tough one.
Yeah.
You can make anything up.
A favor that I cannot fulfill?
That you're not sure you can. Like, I asked you to do something, and you're like, I don't know if I can do that. Like, could be a big ask.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm thinking of something sort of like arcane magic versus like godly magic.
Sure, yeah.
Divine. Yeah, I guess how about to try and understand how the arcane works, like the knowledge and explaining, like to almost as if like teaching you divine magic.
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
You like learning all this stuff, and so you're like, well, teach me about the divine magic. I'm like, I don't know if I can teach you about this. Like, this is given to me. If they wanted you to know, they'd give it to you, type thing. So
I like it.
Cool. All right, next up. Who hasn't done a second one yet?
Go ahead.
Philip.
Yes.
What affectionate nickname have you given me?
In game now.
In game, yeah. You glow in the dark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pop rocks? Pop rock? I don't know. Pop top?
I would like to change my person.
Candy
I
base.
was like, twinkle toes, twinkle to something else.
Twinkle
Something else. Yeah, what is a candy that
Yeah.
makes sense there?
Oh yeah, okay. So you're looking for a candy?
I was thinking, I think probably something. If you glow, I would really like that you glow. So it'd be something like, I don't know, like a twinkle top or something,
Okay.
or maybe just
Atomic
twinkles.
waste.
Twinkles.
Hey, twinkles.
Okay.
Or twinkle.
Twinkle, twinkle, little shroom. Stand in the corner of my room. Be a good nightlight.
Patrick,
Yep.
what mundane thing off the battlefield do you usually help me with?
Let's see. What mundane do I help you with? So it's going to be something that's just. I say especially since we're probably both front lines, we just kind of walk about, the perimeter of our camp, right? So just kind of like just chatting as we're walking around, just to making sure that we know where our weaknesses of our camp are. Right?
Camp preparation.
Yeah. It's the part of it really, I'm like, it's like we're doing a job, but the more mundane part of it, we're just kind of, just chatting like nothing, like no matter what has just happened, we're just talking like nothing has happened.
So just like the boring between the adventure parks.
You
kind
shoot
of
the shit together.
Yeah.
We did it. I'm going.
full circle. Full circle.
Yeah, he listens to, you constantly go on about adventuring.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably enjoys it.
Yeah, that's what my thought, especially since if we're walking and I'm a turtle, it's probably gonna be like a slow pace. So it's just kind of be like,
You know what would be great? He taught you how to walk on a flat surface. You're like, this is so weird. I'm used to climbing or descending.
How
No,
do
you just
do
walk straight on the
this?
road. What do you mean? Like,
What is straight?
can I climb on your back? Jump off your shell.
One day they see Swash walking by and fucking Ewan is just standing on his back.
at a slanted angle, it looks real goofy.
Yeah.
Imagining Captain Jack Sparrow coming into port as the ship is sinking.
As it's sinking.
Except for it's Swash walks up out of the fucking spray.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you swim.
Okay. All right, next up.
Does anybody not have two?
I think we all have two now.
I think you're all at 2.
Yeah.
Did
I
you
don't
want us to
remember.
just do two, or do you want us to do the third one on the list as well?
It's up to you guys. Do you think you're all set with 2? Do you want to do the
Charles.
third? Oh, there we go.
Sure.
What animal do I tell you that you remind me of?
Well,
Not a
obviously
goat.
not goat. Yeah. Well, one thing about him is he has a lot of like talismans and things, it's runic magic. Some of them are hanging from his horns. So trying to think of like a noisy bug. Like a tinkling sound, or a cicada or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think, because I'm trying to think of things that she would key off of.
You said you have like little talismans and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That cued me into like a raven who would steal
Sure, yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe birdie boy.
Sure. He's kind of snooty as well, so maybe that works.
Okay.
Charles,
Uh-huh.
how did we know each other long before the party came together?
Shut up. No, choose something else. No, you're good.
That's my
You're
question.
fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Brothers?
That's fair. You guys came into
just
this
thought it'd be
evening not
funny.
knowing you'd be brothers.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
that's fine. Then I have to ask you mine, which is what secret about yourself have you trusted only me with?
Ooh.
And you don't have to, you could just send it to me and I could put it in there if you don't want it to be out. But I
He likes a
will.
girl.
I will use it. Don't you worry.
It's
So
fine.
if you just want to DM me, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll think of something real quick.
Okay, so we got our 2 there.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
that's 3 for
Yeah.
me then.
Yeah, and 3 for me as well.
And we have Philip and we have Monty left. Right?
Well, then I guess I'll go with Michelle, I guess?
Yeah, whoever you haven't.
Okay. Who have you told me is more important to save here than yourself?
Out of us?
Mm-hmm.
Just says here, so I think so.
Yeah.
Yourself. I don't know.
And that works.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we'll go with that.
If it comes down to you and me, young man, save yourself, okay?
Okay.
You're a nice young man.
You're a very nice young man, Candy Boy. Would you like a Werther's original?
Of course.
You pull out a shucked piece of cotton.
Just to let everyone watching know, we are available for sponsorship where there's original. Just saying.
We are. I fucking love a Werther's. Also, Nips.
Uh-huh.
Have you tried the Werther's chews that have stuff in them now?
Yeah, but
Yeah, they made one that was caramel Werther's that had like a green apple flavor in the middle. It was a fucking caramel dipped apple, pretty much.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna
I
find
will
those.
say though that I'm not as keen on those, but only because Werther's originals are like the one thing I can just suck on without chewing. Everything else I bite into.
Well, that was the thing. They were hard outside, but once you got to the middle, there was like a small like gel inside. Yeah.
But once I know there's something in there, I just gotta
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
a lot.
We did it.
Not
it
for
was
you.
2,381 was the average between 3 people.
Wow.
Between 3 people.
Well, it was
No,
an
that's-
average because they were all different depending on like stroke, like length of stroke and just like speed and whatnot.
No, this is all
Very
very
important
elucidating. No,
parameters.
yeah.
3 people licking and 3 people counting. So the average between 3 people.
Right.
Got you.
Right.
We
So
were
you were
we
bored.
were very bored in high school. Yes.
Who was he? Okay, so that was Candy Boy, right? Yeah.
So it's my last one is how did I save your life the first time we met? And it's going to be up to Michelle or Cassis.
Who wants to
Kinda
be
in-
saved?
I'm
By
kinda in
Strong Turtle
between
Man.
on- yeah.
I don't know. How many questions have I answered?
I think one from almost everyone now.
We'll go with Cassis.
Yeah.
Push back on the spot.
Bah. I think you're
What
gonna
was the
have
question
to
again?
ask him the question.
Sorry. How did I save your life the first time we met?
He was drowning. Goats can't swim.
He was falling off a cliff.
Goats can swim. That's unbelievable.
Not all turtles can swim either.
Yeah.
Goats can swim. Pretty sure goats can swim.
Yeah, I think so.
80% sure goats can swim. We'll say what you call it. Ewan was asking dumb questions to somebody he probably shouldn't have. He was like just being a real nuisance, and Swash kind of like came over and diffused the situation by being confusing. He was like, he was kind of like, he butted in, but he didn't really know what was happening. So everybody was like, who is this fucking giant turtle. What the hell is going on here? Like, who the fuck are you? And he's like, I'm Swash. What's going on? And then Ewan was just like, now it's my time to make my getaway. Otherwise, he was probably going to get fucking his head punched into his chest by a giant or something like that.
Google says that goats can swim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like most animals have a, or in a bit like understanding of being like, hey, you're in water, get the fuck out of have the means to get the fuck out of water.
Yeah.
Someone on Google actually suggested like goats are great swimmers, but I think it's because they want to get out of the water.
Yep.
I'm very good at swimming to a shore.
I literally found a video of someone putting goats in water, and yeah, they just go, I don't want to be in here. Why do you keep putting me back in here? And they just swim to the shore every time.
I mean,
I think it checks out.
that's
They're
what
not
the
having
fuck
fun.
I would do.
Uh-huh.
Not Philip.
I'd swim in circles. Woo, yeah, back and forth. Just back
I'd
and
drown.
forth.
Oh, that's right. No, you'd sink. Yeah. All right, we did the thing.
You did the
Yep,
thing.
anyone else?
Congratulations, everyone. So with
We're
that,
done. Bye.
yeah, that's the whole game. Just character creation. You guys all did it beforehand, and then adding the connections. That's all we were gonna do tonight. So we'll just we're gonna get into the adventure.
No.
Later.
Stop it, man.
Plus one shots, and we'll see you next time.
On our next +1, shoot the shit in 2 years. No. So you're all going to a place called the Sablewood, and within the Sablewood, there's a town called Hush. And so as you're all traveling there, I think the first thing that I want to ask is, y'all are an adventuring group. Do you have a name?
The mighty.
No.
What? Okay. So I was
The
reading
Mighty No?
James's shirt.
And that's why I said no.
It's a Critical Role shirt. It says the Mighty Nine.
It's trademarked.
Yeah.
It probably
Mighty No.
is.
Hilariously enough, it's spelled like no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So a very mighty no from Michelle to that suggestion. You could be the Mighty Boss Tones.
also copywritten.
No, only for music. We're playing a board game.
Who's our leader?
That's a good question. Do you have one?
If Swash is the leader, we could be the Swashbucklers.
Mm-hmm.
Swash's bucklers.
Yeah,
We should roll a d5, see who gets the highest.
a D5.
I'll roll a d5. It
Okay.
Be
is
based on the chat or in the Twitch. So Aaron's first and I'm last.
okay.
Got you.
It's a 2. Navarre is the leader.
Oh,
Yeah, go Charles.
Get right,
Okay.
Charles.
He was like,
Yeah.
yeah. He was like, I don't wanna.
I think it's only because you
Smartest
can
one.
remember what's going on.
Yeah,
You're the smartest one of us all.
it's true.
We don't have anybody who's the face, I don't think, so.
The closest thing you have to a face is Swash, actually. He has
Oh, yeah.
presence 1, and his +2 is smooth talker because he's all
Well, there you
smooth.
go.
That's genuinely what Monty told me.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, Navarre is the one who's picking up quests and going, this is what we're going to do.
You
Basically.
know, that makes a lot of sense, actually, because Navarre would be the one. It would be you and being like, I'll pick. And you're like, no, I'll pick because you're an
Yeah.
idiot and you will pick the worst one.
Yeah, and I'm all about
You-
contracts and reading and,
Sure.
You'll pick the fight dragon one. We don't know what dragons are yet. You'll get killed.
I've seen a picture once. I don't like them.
We're going to deliver a package to a magic lady in a woods somewhere. Deal with it.
Sounds easy.
Boring.
And I think
Look-
we can definitely
Yeah.
open on certainly on you and saying this is so boring as this evening your party finally made it to the Sablewood, a sprawling forest of colossal trees some say are even older than the Forgotten Gods. It's a place renowned for 2 things: its sunken pathways that provide the trade routes for many traveling merchants, and its unique hybrid animals. Even now, from within your
Turtle duck.
carriage. What was that?
Turtle duck.
Mhm.
Even now, from within your carriage, you can hear strange sounds, the bird calls of lark moths, the croak of lemur toads, the chittering of a family of fox bats in the underbrush. One of you is
That's a real
driving
thing.
the... What?
Foxbat is a real thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's
yeah, but these
fox-eared
are like
bats or
actual
whatever, right?
fox-sized bats.
No, I get it. I'm just saying it's a real thing.
Okay.
Foxes with bat wings? Cool.
Yeah.
One of you is driving the carriage. Who is it?
Who's
I'll
got
do
the
it.
agility or finesse? Okay, there you go.
Definitely not Swash.
I got 1 agility.
Yeah, it's fine.
All
I
right.
got an agility.
So who's the one driving? Is it Candy Boy?
You Candy Boy's driving. Woo.
All right, Candy
Yeah.
Boy. You've noticed something unique about the look of the trees here in the Sablewood. What is it?
They have 2 separate growth of leaves. So like it's like trunk, and then you get like a couple feet of leaves, and then it's just pure trunk again, and then the top is leaves. So there's just like a
Multitude.
there's like a bare spot.
I see. So these trees seeming to like artificially create their own dual canopy as you're moving through. It seems to almost create a second story to the entire forest. If you've ever walked through a forest that has deer in it, it's very stark, the difference of what the height level, almost as if there's something that just does not allow for there to be branches from a certain range up to the next tier. So as you're looking around, the sylvan attic surrounding you and everywhere that you go. And then, as your steeds pull the carriage around a tight corner... Oh, I wanted to ask another question that's not on here, but
yeah.
it's ask questions and incorporate answers. So, your steeds are pulling the carriage. Charles, what type of steeds do you have?
Ooh. Well, we knew we were going in here, and there's a bunch of hybrid animals, and we wanted them not to be afraid, so we got a hybrid animal ourselves.
Okay.
So we've got a beast of burden.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm gonna say, I'm gonna pick something absolutely terrifying that shouldn't exist. Let's do something like some sort of... Well, no, I like lizard horse. You know what? I want some sort of lizard horse, like in Star Wars, that Obi-Wan rode. That's what we have. We have some giant lizards.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lizard
Alright.
horses.
yeah, like they're upright.
And you make them like the lizard buffalo, like the dewbacks, kind of like.
Oh, sure, yeah.
No, wait. You know what? I actually love this, Charles, because they walk on all fours gecko style normally, but then they do the like Jesus lizard thing if you're in a gallop.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have a convertible harness so that they can do either, you know?
Yeah. It's like it's got a cantilever on it.
Mm-hmm.
Do
Oh,
they
this
still
is
have like
good.
do they still have like the mane and like the hairy tail rather than scales?
Might be a fringe.
Yeah, you've seen a Jagras before. It's like it's got
Yeah.
it's got like something that looks similar to hair, but it's probably like a Cretaceous style of like it's basically fingernail.
Mm.
You know, but like just like hair is actually made of the same stuff your fingernails are, but it's thicker and more
Luxurious.
matted basically. Because it's got more.
Sounds cool.
It's got more heft to it. And so, yeah, we'll definitely go with
I put a
that.
picture of a great Jagras
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
in a place.
yeah, 100%. It's just it's basically you guys have great Jagrases that they're a little more horsey in the bottom half.
Sure, yeah.
So, but they
Like
still do
hooves
also
instead of
have
claws?
like they have like it's like a Kelpie almost style of like, you know, you have an equine horse that has like
Yeah.
a webbed foot style, but still has the like hinged legs for running good.
Hmm.
That is
Running
the
good.
Yeah.
they run good. As your steeds pull the carriage around a tight corner, one wheel coming off the ground for just a moment, you see an overturned merchant's cart laying
Whoa!
sideways in the path before you, blocking your way. A scattering of fruits and vegetables litter the trail. From around the side of the carriage, give me a second here.
Whoa, buddy.
They must have driven like you're driving
Steps
now.
a Strix wolf.
A what?
A large creature, and actually gives a description. A large creature with the body of a wolf, the face of an owl, and the large wings adorning its back. It finishes chewing its meal, the hand of a dead merchant. As it stares at you, curious, trying to judge whether you're friend or foe. Then you see, following clumsily behind, 2 small pups watching their mother cautiously. From within, the rest of you feel your carriage come to a stop. What would you like to do?
First thing.
That's just the rules of nature.
I shout back into the caravan. It's like, we've got a problem.
Yeah, so I guess we're all like poking our heads out of the back, like Scooby-Doo style.
And
Yeah, like-
as it sees more and more faces, you do see the Strix wolf, the mother, like slowly start to move in front of and like nudge back the pups. And it's not
seeing the
posturing yet, but it's standing in front of the cart, staring at you all.
seeing that
Can
there
I-
was like a monster, yeah, Ewan was like super excited to like get out and fight. But seeing that it had like cubs and it probably wasn't what killed this caravan, he's just like,
Can I talk to it?
How would you like to do that?
I have nature's tongue.
Please describe your skill.
You can speak the language of the hidden natural world. When you want to speak to the plants and animals around you, you make an instinct roll, 12. On a success, they'll give you the information they know. With fear, their knowledge might be limited or come at a cost.
Now, is 12 the hit that you have to make on it? Or
Yeah, spellcraft roll, I think.
Seems like it.
Okay. So it's
Like, I'm not sure, but that's what it says. Do you want me to like screen cap this for you?
No, I'm looking at it
Yes,
right
yes,
now.
Okay.
I actually have it up on screen. I have all of your character sheets ready, so
That's
people
right.
can follow along. Yeah, that's why I asked for them.
Okay.
Addition, whenever you make a spellcast roll while within a natural environment, you may spend hope before to add 1 to the result. Okay, so I think 12 is the mark you have to hit, but I do think it's also its instinct plus spellcast. Is that right?
Yeah,
Wait.
I believe.
I'm courageously making the first roll and I don't know what I'm doing.
Well,
It should be that spellcast roll, right? It's +2 or whatever. I don't know. I
no,
don't see
it's not.
her
It's
sheet.
not that. Sorry. It is the instinct roll there. And then if you are making a spellcast roll while within a natural environment, you are allowed to spend a hope to add a +1.
Mm.
And I'll do it because why not?
Okay. Go ahead and give me an
We'll get
instinct
more.
roll. Let me know what you notice.
All right, huh? Oh, I click the thing. Instinct plus. Give me
You
one
roll
plus
it normal,
2.
but you could add, if you wanted to add one of your experiences, if you think you can, then describe to me how you would do that. If you spend a hope, you can add that bonus as well.
Okay, so I could spend 2 hope if I could make one of my experiences work. Right?
No, not for this, because it's not a spellcast. It's just an ability, but this ability also modifies your spellcasting while in forests. Does that make sense? It's
No.
It's a 2-parter. So this is just an ability that you roll instinct for, but also gives you, if you're ever casting a spell while in the woods, you have the ability to do that with a +1 if you spend a hope. So it basically gives you an extra experience.
Okay. It's just a secondary thing.
Yeah, it's like a little gravy on the side.
Okay, understood. So if I want to use a hope, then I would just use like a quiet walk in the wilds.
And you could add a +1 to the result of your roll.
Right. I guess I could perhaps suggest that I have been on a quiet walk in the woods, come across animals in such a way, and had the presence around me to be able to speak with them in a calming fashion.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Diffuse the
Absolutely.
situation.
All right. So I'll add 1 to that, which should already have 2 because it's instinct plus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I got a 22.
Wow.
Yes.
And now I need to know What color?
Yes, 9 in hope and 10 in fear.
So rolled with fear.
Yes.
Yep.
As you are conversing, now let's see. Does it actually just let you talk to it? I want to make sure.
It said knowledge might be limited or come at a cost.
With fear, their knowledge might be limited or come at a cost. Okay. I'm going to say the following. Because you rolled with fear, I have two options. I can either make a move or I can take a fear. I'm going to choose at this point. This is one of the newer things in the Daggerheart system, by the way. Typically, I'd be able to do both, but they made it so that I can choose one or the other as a way to kind of not necessarily limit the GM, but more make it so that it's less stuff they have to do. I'm going to go ahead and choose to take a fear. I'm now up to 3. And with that, you are able to converse with this Strixwolf briefly. So what are you asking?
Well, first I'm going to say,
Hello there. We are just passing by. We're not trying to cause you any trouble. Did you find this way?
This is our food for my children. You leave to me.
That's fine. That's fine. Did you do this or did you find it this way?
Found food. Waste. Wasteful. Going to feed while fresh.
Absolutely understood. Totally makes sense. Do you mind if we take a look at the cart so we can report back about what happened to it, or should we just leave you alone? We're not gonna take the food away. We just want to see what happened to it. Maybe just one of us can come over.
You come over. No others.
All right, you got it.
And it
so I'm going to
pecks at the body of the merchant and drags it back behind the cart out of your way. And then you see it kind of post up over top of the cart and like almost like a meerkat, just looking at the cart, waiting for anybody else to try to do anything.
Okay.
And you feel the slightest what describe what a fungrel would feel as a shiver down their spine.
So the ends of my little mushroom cap kind of do a little jittery flare, and I maybe do a little spore poof.
Just
yeah.
Okay.
So, the wolfies found this way. That somebody else did this, or maybe they came around the corner like you did and just fell the hell over because they can't drive either, young man. They said it's okay if I go over, no one else, if I go over and take a look at what happened, if we want to try and investigate what might have happened. Nobody else go over, though. They will get very mad.
Well, I'll stay here.
You're just gonna walk over to them.
Sure.
Okay. That seems... If you want to.
I thought we might want, to see what happened to the carriage, or I could pick up some of the vegetables for dinner or something.
Do you trust them?
I don't see why not.
He just kind of shrugs and goes, okay.
Do we have
We'll keep watch over you.
in the cart?
Yes,
I think we shouldn't move.
Yes, just stay over here.
Don't get eaten.
All right.
Slosh just kind of lets out a groan as he's stroking his mustache, just watching.
So I'm gonna hop down and then toddle over there. Yeah.
I like to think that when you walk, you're hunched over, but sometimes you slowly start to kind of like the mushrooms from Fantasia, the the cant of your head at any given point is just on a rotated axis in a different location.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Especially because I'm spindly and weird and my head's all big.
Yeah.
It's like a baby trying to walk for the first time and its head's
There
just
you
going
go.
everywhere.
Every time.
Yes.
And she's been
I
around
look
for
off
years.
balance, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Or maybe I am. I'm very old.
This is peak performance.
You
My
might
knees
not
don't
like
hurt
it.
because I don't have any.
So
What's arthritis? Ha 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 ha.
you need bones for that.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna toddle over there and see what I can see. Do I need to do like a roll for perception or?
No, there's no rule associated with this. You can walk over. You are allowed to see what's going on because the Strixwolf let you. So, you look around. Some things that you can notice about the cart is it does look like it's been stripped of all valuables.
Mm.
There is the dead driver and their mangled arm that the Strixwolf had plucked and is her pups are slowly making their way through. And then you also notice as you inspect the body of the driver further, the driver has had their neck slit.
Mm. Cool, cool. That's
with
great.
with
All
not a talon or a claw.
Yeah. All right. Do I notice anything about the carriage being broken? Like maybe there was a pit trap-ish type thing somewhere on the road, or carriage wheels busted.
So it looks like there is something that probably it's in shambles right now. But it seems like it probably broke because the driver tried to force it to move when it was somehow locked in place. You notice that the reins at the front are snapped, or the bridle is snapped, and it looks like whatever cart animal was in the front definitely ran off spooked. So it looks like this was something that happened to that person intentionally.
Now I'm gonna look at the vegetables.
Okay. The vegetables aren't the freshest. They've kind of been on the ground for a little bit, but they're still palpable. Still probably make a decent
Entirely
broth.
eligible to you.
Yeah.
delicious dirt. All right.
You like add extra dirt on top, like, yes, this is the way you prep it.
Tasty.
Okay. I'm gonna check with the wolf first, but if they're okay with it, I'm just gonna grab up a couple of things we could probably use for din.
That sounds good. Charles, can Navarre make me an instinct roll?
Sure thing. Rolling it now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a 15 with fear, a 6 and an 8.
Wonderful.
That
I am
seems
gonna
good.
have, as I discover these various things, be like,
Mhm.
Yep, definitely murdered.
and like call that back.
It looks like they were definitely taken out ahead of their time.
Yeah, Navarre's just been watching intensely, like, please don't hurt her. What is happening right now?
As
Why
you're
is she there?
watching intensely, you do notice that there is, in fact, a rustle coming from the sides of the road.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
can you guys see this map?
Yes.
Yes.
Map is
I'm just gonna put figure right about you there.
That's a cool wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
That Strixwolf sounds suspiciously like a griffin.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a completely different bird.
Never heard
Dog
of it.
thing. Besides, griffins are like lions. This is a dog. Duh. Different legs.
I'm not lying about
So
it.
you rolled with fear, so I'm going to go ahead and make a move instead of taking a fear this time.
Seems good.
And the way that I'm going to do that is by saying that you notice something, Navarre, but before you can call out, the Strixwolf also notices something. And while you are just the rapport between you and the Strix Wolf seems perfectly fine to you, Frigga, until immediately the Strix Wolf snaps up quickly and just immediately whoosh with the wings. It does not dive or go towards you at all. It goes and scoops its pups and flies off into a tree. But as it does that, you were almost certain you were going to get eaten. Please take 1 stress for me.
Eee.
And with that, we're going to notice.
Where do I put their stress? There it is.
Yeah.
I find it.
Yep. It's got a nice little plus minus button too.
Some boys.
Some
Our
boys.
little mushroom girl is surrounded.
Well, it wasn't the wolf. She was right.
Oh no, not froggies!
You hear the sounds of a branch snapping and turn to see 4 thistlefolk. Ooh, 4. Ooh, hold on.
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's probably fine. I'm just going.
It's probably fine. We're gonna find out.
There's 5 of us. What? How else could it go wrong?
We were fucking around.
banana.
And
How
now
much could
we
it cost?
find out.
Time to no longer be bored. Wah!
Sneaking through the underbrush, attempting to get the jump on your party. The overturned cart was a distraction, but their plan didn't work. All right, and we have the action tracker out, as you can see there. We're going to set up the map right now, and we're in combat. In combat in Daggerheart. They have made an addendum, which kind of adds a pseudo initiative. I trust us to not need it.
Sure.
So the way that this is going to work is when you say you want to do an action, we add an action to the tracker. When you roll with fear, I get control and I can use as many actions as are on the tracker.
Mm.
You see how the system kind of swings back and forth with that. We're going to play with
Right.
it and see how it goes. Everybody got their character out? Good. Okay.
I think I am not in control of that Navarre that is there.
No. Wait.
I just need to put my own down. I think you put him down, and that's
Oh,
why.
that's what happened. Oh, I
Yeah.
probably bugged you out too. Michelle, if you don't mind dragging yourself to the cart.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
There we go.
Oh, no, she
yeah.
multiplied.
Just
They shouldn't
like
be
a
able to do
lunch.
that I know of.
I see
Yeah,
it.
there we go. All right. Who would like to take initiative? I'm going to go out on a limb and say Ewan.
Well, yeah. As soon as they saw like the rustling, Ewan immediately fucking leaps out of the cart without.
Yeah. Navarre's just going to be like, 1 sec, just, can I... Is it okay? I'm just going to give you extra armor. That's it.
Well,
I mean,
this
when
is
you-
terribly rude.
I say he's like squatting to jump, and you can say 1 second, and he kind of just goes and like
Yeah,
stomps
you're
his
very
feet
used to
into the
that.
cart.
Yeah.
It's like hurry.
Sure, I would like to use an action to spend a hope on a spell that I have called Tava's Armor. What it does is a creature that I touch has 1d6 to their armor score the next time they have to mark an armor slot. It's
Okay.
just a buff.
Cool.
So I need to spend a hope, and it is an action. So
Okay. And so what I'm
Um,
going to do is I've made you all some lovely little, just
cool.
these up. I'm going to do this.
I
So what is
almost
it?
There we
Add
go.
a d6 to armor or whatever if I take damage.
Yeah, if you take damage, you're going to add. I'm just rolling it now. It is a 3. So you'll have 3 extra armor if you get hit and
Okay.
you use an armor slot.
And that action is
I will
not a
remind you.
roll.
No,
Cool.
it is a 1d6. Yep.
All right. So with that, you all still have the ability to keep acting.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So is movement just kind of willy nilly, or
Charles, did you look up the movement on grid?
On grid, no. There's like ranges, but you can
Yeah.
probably get close enough because it's like you can go from close to very close to melee. I would say that close is like 30 feet. I can look it up right now though.
If you
I
don't
will do
mind
that while we're
being
talking.
my
Yeah, no problem.
battle master for this.
No
I
problem.
got
was
some
going to
other
say,
stuff.
like from me to the closest one on the right.
If
is
it's
only
less than
25
30,
feet,
I'm gonna say you're good. If it's
Yeah, it's
more
only
than
20.
30, you can make an agility roll to move more than your speed.
I can't roll agility
Well.
for nothing.
I mean, from the back of the car using what is it, leap Ewan just gets crazy fucking air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can go 6
Oh,
squares.
do you have? Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Without making an agility roll.
So 30.
Cross gaps or chasms, which is not technically what this is, but I'm just gonna hand wave it and say once we find out the rules, you would have been able to do this anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah, there's just no gap or chasm. He's just jumping across the ground instead of running.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you're doing something with an attack roll and a spellcraft roll is an attack roll, you can move up to close, which is 6 squares.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had it. 30 feet. 6 squares.
Yep.
All right.
There you
So
go.
you're moving up and swinging at this boy.
Yep.
All right. What kind of
Ye-
swing are you swinging?
Mid jump, he kind of has like an old rough like cloth belt or a tied rope belt, and hanging on a hook, he has a pair of, Hellboy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His arcane stone gauntlets pretty much look like Hellboy fists. They're just like somebody took a rock and
I
carved it out.
gotta ask for flavor because it's important to me. Navarre, did you make him these gloves?
Sure, we are brothers in a lot of ways. You haven't seen my character sheet, but I don't have the same thing, but I have something very close.
You have a more finessed version of this.
Yes, I do.
But he was just like, I just need to hit it hard. And you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I at least put the runes on it, sure.
sure, why not?
Yeah.
Here's a magical punch.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, there's like a little bar inside so you can grip so they don't slide off as he's punching. But yeah, he like jumps across and like midair, he like slides his hands down into them while he's midair and just fucking Hulk punches down on this guy as he's coming down.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that attacker roll.
I would. I'm just equipping the right thing first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta equip your weapons before you use them.
Yeah. What I got, a 6 hope?
Uh,
A 6 total?
No, wait. Yes?
Did you do
Did
the
it roll
plus
2?
1 strength or did you do the magical?
No, they're +1 strength.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so what the roll was 4 hope, 1 fear with a +1.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's 6. So you roll with hope, take a hope. So you now have 1 extra hope in addition to the 2 that you started with. However, you do miss, which does transfer turn order to me if I choose.
It's fine.
And I do.
Yeah, he's just, he's like, adventure! Jumps across the thing, just completely fucking whiffs it and like just makes a big old dent in the ground.
Adventure.
yeah. I like it.
Yep. So with that, as you go to slam this frogkin-looking creature, this thistlefolk, you see them just hop immediately back. It's the classic anime. They hop up with a fast jump as you slam your fist into the ground, and dust goes everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then as they do that, they're going to lash out with their weapon at you. And so I'm going to spend your action. Just going to move these off the tracker for now. Then maybe move them back on when they become relevant. I'm going to spend 1 action to have it attack back at you. So I'm going to roll a d20. It gets an 8 total. Does that hit?
What does that have to roll over my evasion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does not. I have an 11 evasion.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then it misses. At which point, we're going to go ahead and I'll spend 1 more action off the tracker. And this little goober guy is going to run up and try to saute a mushroom.
No.
How dare.
He just runs up and goes to stab, angry that their ambush was interrupted. And that's going to be an 11 to hit.
If you want the vegetables so bad, just freaking keep it. Ah.
Yes, it does hit.
All right. Now we're going to do our first run of physical damage in this
Oh,
this playtest. So let's go here. It's going to deal. Okay. Wait. No. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
That's. I see. Their normal is just that. Got it. It's going to deal you 8 physical damage.
Okay. I'm gonna use 2 armor slots to not get hurt.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good to me.
2 brings it down to 0, which means no damage. So.
I'm gonna shake a zucchini at him and be like,
this is not very nice, young man.
He like, as you shake that, he just and he like Julian's the zucchini.
Can you show me how to do that for dinner?
It's you guys' turn.
Use your words.
Give us your money.
We don't have any money.
He makes another Murloc sound. All right, and it is now your team's turn again.
Yeah, anybody who wants to. Yeah, you're within, yeah. You can almost get to anybody.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can. Oh, he's definitely a lot closer now.
Yeah, I'm not.
Go ahead.
You gonna go?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll follow your lead.
Okay. So Candy Boy's gonna jump in and try and attack. Hopefully, get a forceful push. So is it just a? There it is, mace. $17 with hope.
Okay, 17
Nice.
hits.
And then, so it is 1d8 plus 1 physical for 3 damage.
No, that's
And,
how ice tank of you.
And then my forceful push. When you make a successful melee attack, you can push the target out of melee range and spend a hope to make them temporarily unavailable. On a success with hope, they take an additional 1d6 to your
nice.
damage.
You want to roll that 1d6?
Yep.
It should be on the combat card. So you said 3, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
3
3.
and another additional 1.
So 4. Okay.
So 4 damage. I will spend the hope.
And they're
Brings me
out
back
of
down to
melee.
2.
Does that take them to close?
You
Yeah.
can push the target out of melee range. Well, there is a very close range.
Which is 3
Yeah.
squares.
So it would take him to about here, I think.
Yeah, it would push him 3 squares away, basically.
And he is at 1, as you dealt him 1 HP.
Yeah.
I don't know that I need
And
to
he's
tell you
also-
guys that, but since we're all learning this system,
Yeah.
4 is between their minor and major threshold.
And he is vulnerable, so I think he takes, double damage if anyone hits him before?
No, they
you
just have
clear it?
advantage on him, I believe. Vulnerable
Which
is
is adding a
different in
D6.
this system.
Oh, vulnerable means anyone gets advantage. Okay.
Yeah, and something to note, something new to the system now is if you get fully stressed out on your character, you are vulnerable until you are not fully stressed out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So be mindful, because my advantage is 2d20.
Wow.
Well, how about that?
Don't
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
No.
So
Do
that's
not
a,
want to be vulnerable.
that's the whole thing. All right, so that is 1 action on the tracker for the Seraph. But he did not shoot the
Yep.
deputy. All right, next
There's
player. That was a roll with
Nova.
hope and successful.
I'm looking for my window. Swatch
So you
is...
just pushed that guy. You didn't do damage.
He
It
did.
did damage and push.
That's what
Okay,
the 1
yeah,
on him
yeah.
is.
Okay, just checking.
Wasn't much damage, but rolls are what they are.
There it is.
Yeah,
Yep.
hopefully they'll get better.
Really quick.
Yes.
Mhm.
for the next thing, because I'm not sure if this particular thing will be my action or not. Probably will. I'm gonna turn into a coyote.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess wild shape or beast form. Let's not call it what it was called.
It's called beast form.
Yeah, I said wild shape first, which is not true.
Legally
I don't-
distinct wild
Yeah,
shape.
legally distinct.
Sorry.
Coyote.
I don't. I guess it's an action.
Right?
It'll
that was,
say on
that
the
was sort of
card.
my question.
Yeah, I was gonna look at a
Let's
druid
take
too.
a look at your sheet.
Yeah, because
Mark
I would
stress
think
to
it would be
transform. No, it's not an action.
yes, which is
Okay.
great. So you can change and do something.
Yeah.
Thank you,
cool.
Daggerheart.
Then I will take a stress to 22 coyote.
Mm-hmm. And do you have your?
And then I have to tell my sheet that I'm a coyote now.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, in your beast form,
I'm
you
a
select a beast
coyote.
form.
yeah. It's really cool that they put that in there.
Yeah, thank goodness, because certain things need to be used in other apps to make it so that wild shape works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something we were talking about Disney earlier. Something dog Disney character.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it tells me there's a nice little thing at the end, beast form. It's where you pick your beast form, and then it tells you what that beast form does instead of all the crap you're supposed to be able to do.
Yep.
Mm.
Okay. So this says when you make an attack on the same target as an ally right before you, meaning if I attack the same guy you just attacked, I add an
Mhm.
additional D8. So I'm gonna do that.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that's gonna be nasty. So here's what you're getting out of that. That enemy is vulnerable, so you will be attacking with advantage, and if you hit, you deal an additional D8 damage.
Sweet. So I'm gonna go after this guy because he ruined my zucchini.
Bitch.
My cabbages.
All right.
Yep.
So what kind of coyote do you look like? Are you like a little fungus coyote or?
Yeah,
Wily.
I'm extra spindly, just like my original coyote form. But then, like at the tops of my spindly legs, it's got that peachy glowiness, and then the rest of the top of me is sort of blue, and I got speckles along my back and my tail.
Like if you squint, that mushroom totally looks like a coyote, you know?
Yeah.
That's really weird.
But then also its mouth opens up and it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, yucky! It's got like the little
Spores come
gills on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got
You
no teeth like an old
are-
lady.
A horror movie.
All right,
Congratulations.
how do I attack?
You attack
Uh,
by clicking on the attack. Do you not have it on that
Yeah.
sheet?
I don't. It's probably going to be in beast form now. Like there should be a beast form tab, and I think that's where your attacks are.
Yeah, your +2 strength is your attack, and it's a D8 physical.
Yeah.
I think I just actually I don't know how to do it. how do I
So-
do it?
Click on the strength, the +2.
Yeah,
probably.
click on the strength +2 maybe, or I don't see a place to click here while I'm looking at it.
No.
So let's see.
Oh.
What I'm gonna say is go ahead and roll your short staff because it's basically the same thing.
And then -1, I guess.
Well, to the damage, and then you're gonna add a D8 anyway. So
Yeah.
Okay.
that would be something to mention. It's like this beast form stuff is nice, but it would also be nice if it changed the weapons since they're not allowed to use their
Yeah.
equipment when they're in the beast form. So
That would be cool.
something to think about.
Okay. So I'll just take out that plus and roll it.
Yep. Don't forget to roll with advantage.
I don't know how to do that.
It'll be a.
It'll give
Box.
you a question. It'll ask if you want advantage or disadvantage or straight roll.
It didn't.
It's a green box below where it says hope and fear before you roll, in that bottom left.
It's not giving me any of that.
Oh.
If you click
Uh,
on that, you should see. So what I'm seeing on my screen is advantage, disadvantage, and then just roll, and then the modifier.
When I straight up just click the magical roll.
No,
All
not
I'm
magical.
getting-
Click
You
instinct.
have to hit first.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
Click on the plus whatever.
The
and,
+2 instinct on your short staff is what you want to click on.
Yeah, it's like 5th edition. You have to roll to
Okay.
hit first, and it's that first number.
Okay.
Understood.
And make
Okay.
sure
now you should be able
and
to.
check the advantage so that you
With
get.
advantage.
Yeah.
Yep. And advantage gives you an extra
Okay,
hope die,
and
which is
then
nice.
do I take out the +2 or do I leave it? I guess I would leave it because it's with
You
strength.
leave the +2
Yep.
because it's what your strength score would be on the
Okay.
coyote anyway.
Yep.
I'm finally rolling.
Hey.
Hilariously, Okay, so both of my hopes are 6s. The fear is a 10.
So you rolled with
But
fear.
that
it's
that means
22.
I got a critical.
Yes, right?
No, your hope and
Are you-
fear die have to match.
Are you
Oh.
sure?
Yeah, because you only get to keep one of them. I know. I'm sorry.
That's right. You
Okay.
do only get to keep. Okay.
Oh well. Okay. Well, then I rolled a fear, but it's an 18 total.
18 total, which means you hit, which means you deal that D8, but you also get to add one more die. So you click on that D8, and then
Freaking D8.
just minus that
Match.
one from it, and then click on it again to get.
Okay.
You want to add together 2d8, and that's your damage.
Okay.
And this dude is probably not going to do too hot.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay. I got a 7 and a 3.
7 and a 3, so 10 total.
Yeah.
Yeah, he not alive anymore.
Woo!
Oh, like
We just
exploded.
yeah.
I
So
was so excited about two numbers that were the same. Damn.
that guy
Yeah.
that guy went and meanied your zucchini, and then immediately just the stag beetle man just came up and rammed him up into the air, and then you just caught him and slammed him into the ground. All right, and with that
Woo.
that was, however, a roll with fear.
Yep.
Yes.
So
So you
rather
put
than
her
taking a
token
turn,
down.
I'm just going to increment up, and you all can keep going.
Okay.
Do you have a
Just
token?
small question, because it doesn't mention it anywhere that I've looked, but I can't talk anymore, right?
I'm gonna say for now no,
Okay.
Yeah.
but if you
Yeah,
want to
that
talk,
makes sense.
you know what? Honestly, flavor it how you will, because it doesn't tell you can't talk, so I'm not gonna give you that restriction.
I'll Google it while the next person's doing their turn.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Initially, Swash was going to run up to crap names that I can't think of. Michelle's character, but
Frigga.
since
Frigga.
Frigga, but since that's been kind of taken care of, and nobody really ever sees how fast Swash actually moves because he's always just kind of slow until it's in combat, and then he's just like, this big guy should be able to move this much.
Yeah.
He does the thing where he just shunpos out, and he's right next to the enemy
Yeah.
with a great sword already held back.
So he's gonna come up here.
He's turtle guts.
Yeah. Whoop. Oh, I guess I can't
Can't what?
do that. Move my guy like that.
Oh,
Am I
yeah.
not?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
thinking
it's not
of,
like Foundry.
Yeah. Oh, just
Yeah.
hit spacebar and slide right up there.
Yeah.
And let's take a swing, I guess, at the guy that Cassis hit
Okay.
or swung
Yeah.
at. Sorry, excuse me.
Nah, I missed.
Oh yeah, you hit the ground running.
Yeah. That I did. I did hit the ground running.
Oh. I don't. I think I did something wrong. So if I don't want to roll with fear, then I just click with hope.
Are you
No.
asking about your character's trait?
No, I'm just trying to figure out.
You always roll. You roll 2d12. One is your hope, and one is your fear.
You
Or whichever one is higher is what you rolled with.
and it'll tell you. It'll
okay.
be lit.
Yeah.
It's so lit. Oh, okay.
No, but actually it lights up.
Okay, so we're gonna try because I click on. It's like, ooh, no, not that. Get out of the way. So like on my great sword to actually roll to hit, I use the where it says the +2 string, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Then it'll
Roll.
pop up.
Well, I rolled a 21 with fear.
Yeah.
Well.
Fun time.
Why are we so
Yeah.
scared, you guys?
I don't know.
But But
Speak for yourselves.
There's a very ominous feeling
But-
to this. What about butts?
I just want to make sure that Patrick remembers he is Seaborn, like myself.
Yeah.
So you get a marker on your Seaborn token
Because you rolled with fear.
because you rolled with fear. If you look at your Seaborn,
It's going to be effects and features, bottom right. You might have to scroll to get to it.
you should see this little plus you can hit next to it.
Yeah.
Whenever you roll with fear, put a token on it. So you just boop it up one.
And you can spend those later.
Okay.
At the end of a session, clear all tokens on this card. Gain that many hope. Wow.
Yeah.
You get rollover hope. That's rare.
Yeah, it's cool. I like the Nomad in 1.3 was changed so they can pick any one of the other ones per session. So you could be Seaborn this session or Ridgeborn next session.
Oh, but it says randomly.
Yeah,
Ah,
you don't
yeah,
get to
does it?
pick.
Yeah.
It determines it for you.
It's still good.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where do I find my spellcast trait?
Your spellcast trait.
Your big one.
It's on your
Instinct.
yes.
Okay. I need 2 tokens.
Yeah.
I guess on the plus side,
Yeah,
it's
if you look
9
at-
hope and 10 fear.
Usually for caster classes, it will be in your subclass. So if you look down at Warden of the Elements, you see it says Spellcast Instinct.
And do I?
What's up?
Is that a hit? Is that a miss?
Oh
I
no,
don't-
you absolutely hit. You beat 13, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You rolled a 17 or whatever.
Yeah,
I rolled a 21.
you got
Oh,
it.
that's right.
There's the fear. So
So now you can roll your damage, which is right next to
we
it.
got a little distracted by all the different other things going on. But go ahead and roll your
Yeah.
damage.
Roll damage.
Damage.
Yeah. See. I don't understand. I don't.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I hit damage, right? Because so it's a 1d10 plus 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 1, which is great.
Yeah, it seems good.
Mhm.
Sick.
However,
Uh-huh.
because of not good enough, I
Yeah.
can re-roll all my 1s or 2s.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
so you just click it again. Yeah.
So
Did it not automatically do that for you? That's crazy.
I don't. s-
Yeah, I don't think it does that. I think that's a layer that they need to put on
Do I
top
have
of
to
it.
click that again?
Just in my
Okay.
testing, it doesn't.
Just the
yeah.
damage part again.
No,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
believe you. I'm just curious as to why it
Yeah.
doesn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
that
maybe
was a
'cause it's like-
7.
There
Okay.
we go.
Plus 3.
I think that already adds it. Yeah, because there's
Yeah.
4 plus 3, so it's a
Okay,
7.
4 plus 3. Okay, cool. Do they have the ability to? No, they don't.
But
Okay, sick.
also, I get to roll another damage die because of my greatsword, right? So I get to roll 1 extra damage die.
Oh
drop
yeah, and see
below
which
it.
one's higher, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
we're have fun with that.
go ahead.
That was an 8, so it's 5 plus 3,
Okay,
Nice.
so 8 damage. I
Nice.
guess, right?
Very nice. Very nice.
hmm
very nice. Go here.
Now, how? I guess initially I could have 2. With that ability, here's a question of: does my ability last each time that I roll? Since I get 2 rolls, does not good enough affect both of those rolls? Because I know it won't affect it if I re-roll another 1.
We're
right?
learning. That's a fun question. Let's take a look. So you have not good enough. When you roll your damage dice, you may roll any 1s or 2s. If you do, you must take the new result, even on a 1 or 2, which means any. So any is the keyword there that I'm pulling out. So as long as you roll, if you rolled another 1 or 2, you would get to re-roll that as well on your extra die.
Second
Meaning
time.
that the macro for this would be hilarious because it's
hmm
keep highest split set reroll 1s 2s. So So yeah, you get to do a lot of weird things with your D10. All right.
Nice.
And that is your action on the tracker. At this point, I think I will go ahead and spend 2 fear to interrupt the turn order and take
I
my
have a
turn.
question.
Oh wait, I don't need to because you rolled with fear, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question.
What's your
What's up?
question?
Even if I've already taken a turn, if I didn't interrupt our turn order, can I hop back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take as many turns as you want. There is a limit now, though, because people sometimes will just be like, I'm
There-
just going to go 4 times.
There's a limit if the table feels the need to enforce it,
Sure, yeah.
which is essentially it's a secondary tracker that increments or that you each get like 3 tokens to spend, and once they're spent you don't get another action until everybody else has taken at least 3.
Got it.
But
Yeah.
I didn't want to deal with that on our playmat
Yeah.
right now, and I trust us, so yeah, there's no turn order. If you want to go twice in a row, as long as the table's cool with it, go for it.
Okay.
That said,
But you've already
Monty rolled
Yeah,
with fear,
he's
so I get a
interrupting.
turn.
Yeah.
I want to take over.
Well, you can go after I'm done taking 3
I
turns.
know.
It's probably fine. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Well, I mean, the thing that I was gonna do would help me for when you attack me 3 times.
But when I attack you 3 times,
Yeah, that's the thing about the system. Is someone rolls with fear, that's it. Like, he just goes now.
Yep, I do. Which is real fun because this guy here wasn't easily noticeable. He's going to move over here, and I'm going to spend a fear. Decrementing down to 3.
We can't see him if he's under the action tracker.
I know. It's just not fair. But it's okay, because here's what's going to happen. I spend a fear and use his move. And with that move, I'm going to need... Oh, I just make an attack roll. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Charles, does an 11 hit you?
Yep.
Okay. Basically, out of nowhere, you see this little, like, lizard-like, almost lizard, kobold, froggish man, like, scurry up to you, ninja running, and then he reaches out, and you see, like, what looks like a coiled up arm bracelet that seems to have some sort of magical energy into it, and he slaps into your chest, and as he does, it goes thump. And
Are you Narutoing him right now?
oh, I'm
Maybe.
Narutoing him right now. The nin is on the other Poe.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no, I rolled max.
Oh, no.
16
No, that's
damage
fine.
coming your way, bud.
Jeez.
Not even concerned.
Okay.
So 16,
Yeah.
I will spend 4 armor slots to take 0. I still have 3 armor slots left.
Jeez.
Okay.
War wizard. I don't care about that. I've got so much armor, I don't give a shit.
All right. What were you asking,
No,
Philip?
wait.
Well, I was gonna give you a damage reduction, but
Yeah, you can.
Certainly, if
would
you
it-
have the ability to, go ahead. Are you?
would like reducing your damage by the damage you took by 3 save you any on
Let's see.
armor slots or no?
So that'd be 13 instead.
Yeah. Or do you still
Yes,
have
it
to
would
spend
save
just as
me.
many?
It would save me an armor slot. So it's up to you. If it uses a resource, I don't mind. I'm not gonna be up close and personal very much. Well, we'll see.
So is armor? You can mark a tick of armor and say like I have 3 armor. So every tick
Yeah.
of armor every tick
Reduced
of
by that
armor you
number.
reduce. Okay. So you reduced by set a number. So yeah, you took 0 because you. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because I have, just to go into the math, because we're all learning. I have 5 armor because I am wearing a shield and regular armor because War Wizard. So if I use 3 slots, that goes down by 15. Since I was taking 13, that reduces it to 0.
Yeah.
Okay. You
Yep.
you
Just
managed to
making
put your
sure.
shield cap style. However, this flings you into far range. So
Oh yeah.
how far is that?
So-
Oh,
Are you? Am
Go
I giving you the 3 damage reduction or no? Did you want?
let's
using
just let's just say no, so it's
okay.
easier and you keep your resources.
Okay.
So far on this is past the whole map.
Oh, we'll throw you in a different
It's-
direction, but don't worry.
It's 12.
There you go.
That's actually better for me.
1,
Are you
2,
gonna move me,
3,
or-
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oomph.
Go.
So you all see Navarre just. Ah!
Yeah, so he flies that way. He kind of lands on this kind of runic, not really platform, but on the ground, because that's his armor.
Mhm.
And he brushes himself off, and he's like, well, we got another one back there at the carriage. It's fine.
And I need to just check something real quick. Yep, I need to draw some geometry now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this guy's going to spend the next action. Oh, no, wait, I can't spend consecutive actions on enemies. I have to pick different ones.
Mm.
Aha!
That is something that is in things.
Loophole.
But what you do see is he grabs the reins of your cart.
Seems fine.
With that, Frigga, you are going to get another friend for one more
Okay.
action. Does an 18 hit you?
Gosh, let me check. Yes.
That is going to be 14 damage coming towards you.
Oh no.
Well, let's see.
At this point,
How-
I'd like to ask... let me just check something real quick. What's the very close range, Charles?
Very close is 3.
Ah, damn. You're in 4, Monty.
Eh,
Oh, well. I was just going to remind if that came up, but it doesn't come up. Sorry.
I'm gonna use 3 armor slots, so only take 2 damage.
Okay. Taking... So, let me just see here real quick. So, rather than using 3, the total that I dealt you was what, 14?
Mhm.
If you spend 2, 14 gets reduced to 4, and that's still the 1 HP, right? Or if you spend 3, it reduces it to 0.
Oh, you're right.
You'll take
Yeah.
none.
No, because I would still get hit with 2, and my minor is 1, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, might as well just use 2 and take 1.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna use all 4. Okay, understood.
Yep.
Done and done.
Armor calculations. There is a little, you can do the calculate damage tracker on your character sheets if you want a little
That's
bit more
awesome.
help with it. It's awesome that it's there, but also, again, I'm going to say I don't foresee this armor score stuff the way they have it moving forward
Yeah.
the same way. We'll see. They seem to really enjoy it. It's just, it's a lot more math than I expect people to be able to pick up from the start.
And we'll talk about repairing armor later, but it's not too bad.
No, it's probably fine for now.
Mhm.
All right, so you're all good there. And that is one more action left for me. I'll go ahead and pass, holding on to that action.
All right, I think Frigga, you wanted to go. I can definitely wait till
I've
after
been
that.
trying to figure out. I lose some stuff when I turn into an animal.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to find the phrase that tells me what all that is.
What you lose is your equipment
is.
and your ability to perform your domain abilities.
Okay.
So none of your cards right now.
But your elemental incarnation, I believe, says this feature can
Yeah.
overlap with beast form.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering though if I can cast it while I'm a wolf.
I'm going to say
incarnation? Yeah.
yes, because it specifically says you can do it in beast form.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can't use your domain cards, but that is not a domain card. That is a druid subclass feature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a secondary question. This is probably a no, because this is a domain card, I believe.
Okay.
But on that Nature's Tongue thing, it says whenever you do a spellcast roll, you can spend hope to add +1 to that result.
That
Although
you would
there
not
wouldn't be a
be able to
Yeah.
use because it's a domain.
not
card.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can't
think
cast
just
spells
like
anyway.
imagine I'm not a wolf right now though.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
If I did that, would that add +1 to the stats that the things on Warden of the Elements give me, or does that just not apply? Do you think?
Only to a spell.
Yeah, which
It-
Warden of
it-
Elements is not a spell. It's a
This is when you make a spell cast roll. This
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
says spell cast. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
what Warden
That's
does
the
is it gives
difference.
you Warden gives you a bunch of passive bonuses, so it's not exactly a spell. The spell that you do have is Unleash Chaos. So
Is that spell? I think this is actually just a bonus on top of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Never mind. Paying attention.
no worries, we're all asking
I
questions
guess-
and
I
Yeah,
learning.
we're learning.
Yeah. You know what I do like about having the physical cards though, and the idea of cards is playing D&D, for example. When I have the character sheet in Foundry,
Mhm.
I am often like just opening up the ability to make sure that I remember that that's what I want to do. Having cards is really nice because it's like, this is what I want to do next. Put it away from all the rest of the cards.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good reminder for somebody whose short-term memory is like that of a goldfish.
It's like in 4th edition, they found some good stuff and then threw it away for some reason.
Mhm.
Because everybody
know
got
why they would ever do
so
that.
mad at them for being WoW.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, 4th edition had cards and it was great.
Because you just had a deck of cards that you could
Yeah.
play throughout the
Mhm.
day.
I'm glad that we're getting
It's
back
almost
to
like
that.
they were
and-
owned by Wizard of the Coast or something crazy, right? But so anyway,
so
you're going.
I'm going to be a fire coyote or a fireote.
Fire
I
Roadie?
like it.
Understood.
Ferroti.
Not a Firefox.
No,
And
I'm already a coyote.
yeah. So that's not an action, so James does not get an action.
All right, I know that. For the record, it was kind of vague in the first 1.2
Yeah.
playtest what was and wasn't an action in
Yeah.
combat. They've now explicitly stated anything that takes a duality roll is an action, and anything that says as an action that does not have a duality roll is an action.
Hmm.
So when you action roll, you give me an action on the tracker, and if you do something like what Charles did with the armor, you also give me an action roll on the tracker.
I am remembering to add a stress because I have to.
Hmm.
I'm pretty stressed up.
I mean,
Just a little bit.
I got free.
I'm
Free
an old
I6.
person. Everything is stressful.
At this
Living
point, I
is
would like to
very
remind all
stressful.
of you that you have a Schrodinger's potion. I'm not going to make you track which one you picked, but at any point, you can spend the potion in your inventory to heal up
Mhm.
either your stress or your HP. They're both the same
Is
stat
that
now. So
because I took a stress one? Yes!
there you go. But I do believe it's an action to quaff, so, you know.
Yeah, it is.
That's funny. Is it a... Do you roll that?
You
No.
you roll
Yeah,
the
it's- you roll a
potion's
D4.
value, but
Oh, I
it
see what
costs an
you're saying.
action to do it, I believe.
Immediately clear 1d4 stress.
Yeah.
So,
Does it say as an action?
no.
Oh,
No.
then no, it's not an action.
I'm gonna save it until I have 4, just in case.
Okay.
Mhm.
What you doing with that fire wolf? You do anything with that wolf?
Me, the fire wolf only takes damage, or only does damage when they take damage, so
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just
Who
gonna
wants to
walk
take
in
a
front
turn?
of somebody else and be like, hey.
I'll take a turn.
Okay, you go ahead.
Seeing his brother go flying and seeing the cart is now under enemy occupation, he is going to
What? No, that's crazy. Don't worry about
He-
it. He's just a little
he's gonna-
guy.
he is going to pat Swash on the back and be like, "You got this, right? I'm going to make sure our ride doesn't get frog jacked."
Frog checked. And Swash just kind of gives a little as he, nods and
How is movement limited?
6 squares.
Mhm.
Okay.
If you're going to do a roll.
It doesn't
same
take
as
a roll
D&D.
to make it 6 squares. It takes a roll to get past
No.
that, right?
No, it's if you're doing a roll, you can move up to 6 for free at the same time.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, if you're moving up to 6, you could just do that, right?
But that's an
as an action. Yeah.
And if you want
Anything
to go
outside
any
of that.
further, that has to be the whole action that you take, and you have to make an agility roll, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Just want to make sure I'm getting that right.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not, get in the comments. Engagement's great.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what you doing? What you doing, Billy Goat?
I was just double checking something real quick.
I'm just waiting for one where you or your brother to just hit something and make it explode.
I'm biding my time and not taking an action. I'm letting everyone go.
Xania is my favorite character from Arcana Hearts, and having the whole pile bunker shot.
So,
good.
well, I hate when I push to talk makes the fucking map zoom out.
Oh no, yeah.
But yeah, since I got a free, I can move within 6 squares. I'm gonna run back to the cart, and seeing as how he's trying to grab the reins, I'm going to attempt to Shoryuken him up into the air.
Nah, man, he's chill. Don't be illin.
He punched my brother.
Yeah, but he didn't actually get hurt.
Nah.
I don't know that. I saw my brother go flying like.
Listen,
8 feet.
I'm sure we can talk this.
And we hear.
I'm sure we can talk this. He's like, in the middle of him being like, I'm sure I can talk this. He goes, talk to my fists.
All right, roll it.
I keep hitting the wrong thing and going to a weird place.
I would also remind you that if you want, you could probably spend a hope to get an experience added to this die roll.
Ooh, well, it's what you call it, a 12, 11 plus 1 fear.
Okay. Did you want to add any hope to that? Well, actually, hold on. It's kind of weird to do it retroactively. Wouldn't matter anyway. You miss. This guy is a little bit more fiddly than the others.
Yeah, well, at least you're up in his face.
Yeah, you are definitely up in his face. That is the action. Now, here's the thing that you can do. Would you like to swing again?
Yeah.
If nobody has a problem with you trying to connect with this guy?
Nope.
Do it.
Well,
Then, I uppercut, I miss, he like comes down, he's like, now wait a minute, and he goes, nope, he just tries again.
He goes, I'm sure we can talk about it.
Left hand this time.
2 hops.
All right, so it's at 8 with hope, 7 plus 1.
Oof. All right, so
at least it was with hope.
Yeah, gain a hope.
I am not going to gain
But
a hope.
it's James's turn.
Well, I mean, you have to.
I don't have to.
What?
I'm going to put a d6 on my Slayer's dice.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Yeah, you just do that.
What does
Having the
that
Slayer's so
mean?
fucking cool.
So it's
on a
warrior thing.
roll with hope, you can place a d6 on this card instead of taking hope. These are known as Slayer dice. You can store a number of Slayer's dice equal to your proficiency. When you make an attack or damage roll, you can spend any number of these Slayer's dice, rolling them and adding their value to the total.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the one
He's
you're allowed to have right
Charging
now.
his laser.
Yep, I like
So-
1 proficiency, so I've got a plus.
Yeah.
I got a d6 on a roll.
You do. And so he goes, listen, I'm sure we can talk about this if you just give me... You know what? And since you missed, I'm going to take back control of the initiative. Talk to the hand.
Oh no.
Remember, you have 3 extra armor.
I technically have a 12 evasion because I have.
Yeah, you probably do.
I have nimble also.
Does a 16 hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay. Nine damage coming your way, and you're gonna go see your brother.
Oh.
I'll hit 3 pips of armor, so I take no damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just goes skidding through the grass.
Yeah, he'll catch you. You're sliding on your feet, and he just kind of stops you.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, that one's annoying, isn't it?
Very.
Swash is just kind of like, huh.
I was gonna do this cool move, but he kept moving.
All right. I'm going to take another pip on the action tracker to have this guy move over to here, and he's going to swing at Swash.
He's gonna switch it, Swash.
Swash does
Swash?
10 hit your evasion.
Yes, I think. It's
think
5,
so.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to deal 11 damage.
Okay,
It's a
and I
bit.
can block that with armor, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
you could just hit
You may.
calculate damage.
Oh wait,
Back
no,
up,
3,
yeah.
because I definitely have to spend a fear to activate that move on the guy. That move he does spend costs a fear to activate, by the way.
Got you.
So it seems
Damage-
really cheap because it is.
Oh, yeah.
Damage was what, 11?
Yes. So you're spending 2 pips or 3? Honestly, if you spend 1, you only mark 1 HP and you only spend
Yeah.
1 armor slot. It's probably the most efficient thing to do because you had 6 of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna do 1 armor and
Okay.
take 1 hit point.
Yeah.
Yep.
And as a reminder, as a downtime action, you can repair your armor, but you can repair it for like, I think it's a D4.
Yeah.
So up in the air, how much you'll be able to repair. All right. With that, I have one more action. And so that action is going to be...
To interject, where am I tracking my health?
It's right below where the calculate damage and armor
and
was.
armor
It's
both.
right there.
Yeah. It's those 2
Um,
sets of 6 pips.
HP 0.6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. This guy's going to run over and try to swipe at you again, or try to follow up on you, Ewan. Does a 10 hit?
It does not.
Okay. He tries to follow up on you as he sees you go flying through the air, and he does not make it far enough as you like kip back and get caught by your brother and swings wide. Okay. That's all the actions on the tracker.
Do you mind?
Gives things, stab.
We're trying to talk, and I already got hit. Go hit someone else.
Rude.
Gonna, if it's cool, take an action to get towards the... Can anybody reach the carriage right now with an action?
Yes.
I guess you two can.
1, 2.
Yeah, both of you could.
Not
Okay,
you.
then.
If I use a spell, I could, I think.
Well, you could reach him on the cart. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can shoot a spell over there, but I don't know.
Okay.
Are
So
you
let's,
trying to do something with that, or do you just asking if we can?
I just would... This is the cool part about this initiative. Who's going to take care of the cart? Who wants to? Who has the best chance with this
question.
next action? Yeah,
what's
go
the
ahead.
question?
What does it mean to take advantage on sprint?
It means when you're trying to do an agility roll to move further than 6 squares, you get advantage on the roll. If you want to do extra movement in this game during combat, you have to make a roll to succeed on it. It's very similar to like water rolls or a sprint roll in like Genesis or L5R.
Basically, you can trip and fall on your face, so don't.
Yeah.
So you roll an agility not to trip when you're running really far,
Okay.
further than your normal range.
Here's my next question. Why is that a thing if we can take multiple actions back to back?
Because it costs
'Cause-
you only 1 action to do it rather than 2.
Yeah, because you can only move 30 feet in an action. But if you roll high, you can move 50 feet in an action and still hit someone. Moving is part of that roll, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but okay. So I could, as one action, try and roll sprint to get where I'm going, and then do something when I'm.
So basically you say what you're going to do. So if it's an attack roll or spellcraft roll, the move up to 6 squares is included in it. If you want to go further, you have to roll. You have to. And if you fail that, you might not get there.
And that roll
Right,
counts as an action because you're doing an action roll.
Okay, but that just brings me back to the other question. If I can do two things back to back,
yeah.
you say no, it doesn't?
No, I've said to James, no, it doesn't count as an action, I don't believe. The agility roll, I don't believe does.
Really?
Because it wouldn't make sense if it did, because then I would just do 2 rolls back to back.
Yeah.
I would move 6 squares, and then I would move 2 squares and do my action roll. It would be the same thing economically.
Moving far moving close during actions, blah, blah, blah. Moving far. If you're not already making an attack roll or you want to move further than your close range, you typically need to succeed on an agility roll to safely reposition yourself. You set the difficulty, James. On a failure, you might not make it.
Mm-hmm.
The adversaries might act before you can make it, or something might prevent you from moving at all. It doesn't say that it is an action.
But remember that the new caveat is if you do an action roll, it puts an action on the tracker. So I'm trying to find the verbiage.
Well, it says if you're not already making an action roll, it is an extra action. But if you're already making an action roll, it's part of it, and you have to beat the agility roll. It's page 104.
104? I'll get there.
Yeah. Moving far or without an action. So if you're not already making an action roll, it is an agility roll to get there.
So what I would like to do is be able to move the extra 1 or 2 squares that I need from where I am to where the guy on the cart is.
Uh-huh.
And as a doggo, I have advantage on the sprint.
You do.
I do want to do a nibble once I get there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if trying to roll to go further is worth it, or if it just ends up being like taking 2 turns back to back.
Yeah. Because if it is like taking 2 turns back to back, there's no reason to do it.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah, you could just you don't need to roll. You could just do 2 things.
Well, so the thing is, you could move and act, but in order to move close, you have to do it during an action for it to be free. Is what this says. Moving close during an action is if you're already doing something that requires an action roll, you can move close range.
Can you give an example
as
of that?
part of it. So if you're moving to swing at something.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm moving,
if you're just
to bite
moving
this
close,
guy.
that's not a thing you can even do.
Okay, but what I want to do is go and nibble on this fellow, but he's out of my range.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
So no matter what, it'll take 2.
So what you could do, for example, is you have there and then there. So you could like move and attack this Batto, and then you could move and attack this Batto with 2 actions.
Yeah.
But it's still going to take you 2 actions to get there, because moving far or without an action is, if you're not already making an action roll, if you want to move farther than close range, you'll typically need to succeed on an agility roll. And so the thing is, this is still, because this just changed from 1.2. In 1.2, this wouldn't have been an action because it doesn't say it is. In 1.3, I believe what they said the rule is if you're ever making an action roll or a duality roll, that adds an action to the tracker. And a sprint is a duality roll. So the idea is you're using your action to dash, essentially, which is what you do in normal 5e.
Sure.
But
I'm not... If someone can find definitively where it says that's not the case, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't see... Because, it says if you're not already making an attack roll, or if you want to move further than your close range, you'll typically need to succeed on an agility roll. But it doesn't tell you what a move without an action is. So either it's not possible at all, or it's something.
Yeah.
I would guess it's an action.
I mean, that's what I'd rule it as, because otherwise it would just be free to move forever.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't think that's how the system is made.
Yeah.
So
it just seems weird, right? Because if they're like, you can take turns forever until you F up. It's like, well, then what limits movement?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's the thing is like the other thing is at any point, if I have enough fear, I can just spend 2 of it to say it's my turn.
Yep.
So you can
Okay.
add a bunch of free actions to the tracker, and then I can hijack it.
All right. Then I think what I'm gonna do, just to simplify all of this and no running, let's hope this works, is drop beast form.
Okay. I think
I'm no
you're allowed to
longer-
do that whenever.
I am.
Mhm.
I'm no longer coyote, but I still am fire.
True.
I'm a fire shroom. I don't know what that looks like.
Super
I'm
Mario ass
gonna-
stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and
Mhm.
unleash chaos on this guy trying to hijack our carriage.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Would you like to juice that up in any ways?
Yeah, I think it would be fun.
Okay.
Let's just let's blow it all. It'll be great.
Cool.
What does that run off of?
Its
Get
own.
2 tokens every time we start a session. So I think it's just a regular ass.
It's
attack.
magic missile. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I get 2 extra ones per session, and I can spend stress to replenish the tokens.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So right now I
It's a
haven't
charged
used it at
magic
all.
missile.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna just waste it all because why not? It'll be fun.
Okay. My question is, while you were doing this is a spellcast roll. Would you like to do your Nature's Tongue +1 with a hope to make it a +3 on the roll instead of +2?
I was gonna maybe hope. I was gonna hope that I got a hope on this one, and then eat the dead frog.
Ah. Give it a shot.
So like yes, but no. Let me read this really quick. How many hit points do I have? I just have 1 right now, right?
You're only missing 1 out of 6.
Yeah.
You're doing good. Besides, one of you needs to fall over because it's fun. You get to make a choice.
Now let's use the hope on the chaos.
Blast them.
Blast them.
Bye bye, last hope.
Okay.
Last hope.
My
Okay,
last hope.
so this doesn't actually tell me how much.
You roll with a +3. You click the +3 spellcast that's on Nature's Tongue, and that'll be the roll you do.
I have to drop this. That is less confusing now. Spell casts. Something else. Is there anything else?
No, it's just that
No.
+3 spellcast. That's what it's there for. That's a +1
Yeah.
to your regular.
Understood.
You're good.
And then, okay. Oh, thank God. It's a 16 with hope.
Hey, replenish a hope. And it's a 16, so you hit.
Yay! And I'm using all of my tokens.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to be
So-
2d10.
My question then is, if I don't use any tokens, what does this do?
Nothing.
That's so weird.
Yeah, you have
Okay.
to use a token.
Okay. So let's find this guy.
All right.
That's a 10. And
Nice.
that's a 9.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to... Where do you aim on him?
Where do I aim?
Yeah,
Why ever are you asking that?
no reason. Just answer the question.
Okay, you said he was holding the reins, right?
Uh-huh.
So probably in like the chesty arms area.
Cool. So, does everybody remember when Vegeta hit Cell with that blast and it just like took this whole portion of him out? Maybe that was when
Mhm.
Piccolo hit him. I think it was when Piccolo hit him. Yeah, so he
Okay.
doesn't have this anymore, or the arm that was attached there.
Okay.
And he looks down. And he looks up.
And I go,
I just... Ah.
yay.
Splurt, splurt, splurt.
The Addams Family movie.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can I ask what his evasion or whatever it was?
Yeah, sure. He had a 14.
Okay. So I could have not spent that. Ah, well.
Yeah, but you could have also rolled worse and had it just hit.
Yeah.
Can't.
You're looking real hungry, aren't you?
I just want to do it. It's cool and I have a cool description.
Maybe we'll get there. All right.
Yeah.
Candy Boy is going to throw his mace
Sick.
at the one in front of Frigga.
Before you do
Oh.
that, can I do something?
Sure.
Another action.
It's just a little bit of maintenance stuff. I think.
Does it cost an action?
I don't think so. I was gonna down my stress potion and then use the stress to replenish my tokens on this thing.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay,
None of that
that's
costs
okay.
anything because the stress is the thing you're paying for. So yeah, you can just do that out of turn. Go ahead and continue, Philip.
I just wanted to make sure it was out there before we got into James taking over.
I appreciate
again.
And I take 2 more tokens because that's actually 2 actions.
Sweet.
What's up?
So I got a 16 with hope.
Who you hitting?
I am, funny you should ask. I am going to swing at, throw the mace at the one in front of Frigga. I don't know if there's is there a way to like make it flash? Yeah.
Yeah. If
Neither
you
was
if
away,
you
but I
hold
remember what
down
that is.
the click button, it'll ping.
You can also right click and say ping everyone.
Focus ping.
But why did you do that?
Well, that's focus
When
ping.
you
It
just hold
centers the camera.
Oh.
Mine doesn't do that.
Yeah, he's a GM. He
I'm a
gets a
GM.
special ping.
You guys
That's
get
so that
this.
he can pull you to where he wants you to look.
You get this. I
Uh,
get this. We are not the same.
Wow.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yes, that one I'll hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
16. Okay. And then I will mark a stress and I will target an additional creature within range.
What's the range?
It's the close range.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
6, yeah.
this one too.
Yep, and hit with the same attack roll.
Okay.
So it
So
just
it'll
says
hit. Yeah, they both
Yeah,
have
it's
the
a
same AC,
factory.
shocking no one.
Yeah. So I get to roll a D8 plus 1. 4 damage.
Oh, I mean, do you just roll 1 damage roll for both of them?
Yeah,
Cool.
I think so.
I don't know. You can mark a stress and target an additional target in range with the same attack roll. So I'm not really sure.
Okay. Again, things that they should clarify past a playtest, but it's just easy enough. We'll say it's the same roll too. Sorry. Rolls seem pretty low this game. Good to keep track of.
Yeah.
Does this seem like since I threw the weapon?
Yeah.
When you have a melee weapon equipped, it can
Mhm.
fly from your hand to strike an enemy in close range.
Yep.
Does that count as a melee attack?
That's a good question.
I'm gonna say yes, because I think I understand the tech you're going for.
Okay, so then I can now push those targets out of melee range
Okay.
and spend a hope to make them temporarily vulnerable.
Yeah,
So I'll spend
it doesn't say as a ranged weapon, right?
No, it doesn't say.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a
Pushing them
melee attack
out
roll,
of
technically.
melee. Can you give me some directions for these bad boys?
So then I think they would both just go,
1 square, I think.
yeah, like that way,
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
and then this one would probably go like that way.
Okay. So we get a
So now
very
they're both vulnerable.
They're both vulnerable. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So I spent a hope, the one I got for succeeding on hope. So now they're both vulnerable, and I get to do an additional 1d6 of damage.
Seems very strong.
Yeah.
To,
Okay. 2 to each.
Mhm.
I think that would have just beat the threshold at that point then. So They each essentially take 2 instead of 1. And all of these guys are looking really rough. So what I'm going to say is that at this point, first off, you have a lovely scene like the weasels out of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where you Thor throw your mace and you smack the one and it goes flying. And as that happens, the other one starts cackling because it thought it's the funniest thing to watch its friend fly on the end of a mace until it goes straight for his head and also beans him.
Nice.
And so they
like
both
flying back to my hand.
They both fall back. And at this point, I'm going to say that this is probably their breaking point because they're all extremely poorly doing and probably likely to run. Does anybody want to get like one last follow-up as they leave?
I got one action, but I'm good. You guys can do whatever.
I'm mostly throwing this out because it seems like, Charles, you haven't even done anything yet this fight besides the shield.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, that's the problem with no initiative and being nice.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
I also had a side thing that I didn't realize that I had
Yeah.
on my turn.
What's that?
Or on which turn? This dude, because it was the one that hit me, right?
Yeah.
Because of vengeance, and since I spent an armor slot, I could roll a d6
to hit him,
and he takes that much in damage.
Okay.
Yep.
I had realized it. I was like, oh, I wonder how well he would actually be standing now.
Well, I can give you the math right now.
Monty, how dare you?
So he would have taken that damage, and I guess the mace probably would just flew and just eviscerated his head.
Yeah, just laughing, and then it just goes straight through his throat. Just and then
Before this one guy runs away, I'll try to hit one. See
Okay.
if I can get a hit.
Go for it, buddy.
Get a hit in.
He runs to go push past your brother to leave.
No.
No.
Is that still a miss, or?
Yeah. It's a big miss.
Cast his dice. Cast his
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 2. Two hope, 1 fear.
Damn.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if you rolled a 2, you rolled 2 ones. That's a crit.
No.
Yeah.
But Cassis didn't. Oh, never mind. It's damage dice. Sorry.
Damage
Yeah.
dice. Yeah.
Mhm.
I was like, you have not good enough as well, right?
All right, we're gonna transition out of this combat scene.
Mhm.
Let's get
But I want to eat him.
figure out a way to get
I mean, you
hope
can do it
bombs
outside of
to-
combat.
No,
Actions are free outside of combat.
Yeah.
You do it outside of combat?
I don't see why not. If you wanted to.
Yeah, you just got to find a way to get hope, which there's a way to do that out of combat, but we probably won't be seeing it here. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
I'm okay, Dad.
It's like kind of doubled up a little bit. Okay, so yeah. As you all see them running away, you
Goodbye. You
they
Use
just
your
run off
words.
into the forest.
use your words.
You have
I kind of do like a little turn, and I'm like,
Miss Wolf and his flying guy, come back.
you see, if you look around. Michelle, make me an instinct check.
Okay.
I roll that by hitting the 2, right?
Yes.
Well, mine is a 2.
Yes.
Just a regular one.
Yep.
Oh, I got 2 9s.
Nice.
That's a crit. All right, so I'm sorry because it's not in combat or anything. It's gonna be kind of
That's okay.
okay. So
It's actually also a 20, hilariously enough.
nice. Okay, so with this, let's see. What's my brain trying to process? I forget everything that a critical does, but there's a lot.
I can look at it real quick.
Critical success. You gain a hope. You clear a
Yeah.
stress.
This one.
Oh.
Just one
Yep,
stress.
both.
That's all I had left.
And then I can offer you an extra. Because I know it's what you want. I can reduce the amount of hope it costs to eat that boy by 1.
Yes.
Okay.
I will take this very generous gift, Mr. God.
Go ahead and do what you were
All right.
gonna do.
All right.
Show your team your true colors.
It would have been cooler when I was a wolf, but this is fine. This is fine too.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of do my little shuffle,
Little shuffle over to the guy, stand right in front of him.
and you see, like, out from my toesies grow creepy little tendrils.
Mhm.
And they sort of wrap around bits of the froggy man, and there's like a little like glow. It's kind of pulling. You guys remember Fern Gully?
Yes.
So obviously, like, through the tree limbs and branches and roots and stuff, there was like little balls of light that were like moving in a sequence up to the main tree towards the end of the movie. So that's what happens to me. The little like balls of light move up through my weird little toe tendrils, and I it kind of goes up to the top of my little mushroom cap. And I sort of actually do like when there was a fear, but there's like a pulse of final glowiness as I, right? And then there's a little poof, almost like a happy little fungal spore poof.
Happy little shudder.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you regain 1 hit point using your
Yes.
special ability, which is called...
Nom nom delicious circle of life.
It's Circle of
In the-
Life from Fungal
Yeah.
Ancestry.
In the distance, very faintly, you hear.
Okay.
You feel moved. Not really.
And with that, I'm going to say we go ahead and we move on from this scene. And the thing that we see is we see the group together. We see Swash and Ewan as they like shift the cart off out of the road. What were you going to do with the merchant's dead body?
Did the wolfy guy not hear me? That was what my role was for initially, right?
Yeah, but you said you shouted something, but oh yeah, that's right. Sorry. Say the thing again.
Oh, man, it was something doofus like
Wolfie flying, Mr. Guy, lady, that you could come back now if you want.
Okay. And so you say that, and you hear like a off in the trees, and as the fellas move the cart out of the way and you all get ready and start going along your way down the road, we see through the back of the caravan as the Strix wolf flits back down and continues to scrape away at the meal with the 2 pups like awkwardly fluttering down next to her. One of them absolutely eating it as he lands.
We got you some more.
and she points at the 2 frog guys that are still although the one that I ate definitely like really grossly shriveled up.
Yeah. No, like completely desiccated at this point. Just
He's a mummy frog.
yeah. Congratulations on your body horror companion, everybody.
Yay!
All right.
I like it.
And we are going to go ahead and at this point, the playtest has us call for a montage for the time remaining traveling. Does anybody want to give a montage piece? Besides just singing the song montage. Yeah.
No, I mean, Candy Boy will take the reins back from the lizard horse to keep leading on the path.
Okay.
So he'll just sort of ride along.
Sounds good. So you ride along, you see the canopy shifting as we move, the light through the trees fading as it gets darker into the evening and dusk. And then the path leads you further into the forest until you spot a large stone pillar carved top to bottom in ancient dwarven symbols. This denotes one corner of the peaceful village of Hush. When you pass beyond the stone marker, you feel a small sensation like a pop of a bubble. Then the sounds of friendly chatter become louder. Through the trees of the sablewood are though the trees, I always mess that word up, of the sablewood are unchanged here, there is a distinct, safe, and comforting air. A few smiling faces turn to you as your carriage rolls in, waving or casting a warm greeting towards the party. There is lively music drifting your direction from the tavern at the center of the town. You know you need to find Whitefire Arcanist to deliver the package from the king. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess it's time to ask around. Although Navarre wants to look at that stone, I'll do it later.
Okay. All right, so...
You could do it now. We hogged the combat.
Oh, it's all good.
Asking around, you will find... Oh, hell yeah, we're using this guy. Posted up on like a signpost, you see a humanoid robot of indeterminate age. He bears a number of small scratches across his metallic shoulder, where an alert but friendly fox bat rests. He's playing an unknown game that uses cards and acorns. As you approach him, he looks up and looks over at your party and says, "Were you encountering thistlefolk in the forest?"
Hey, are you the Arcanist?
No, I am not the Arcanist. I am
Damn.
Halithon Fives. Would you like to sit and converse for a while?
Yeah.
Please,
and you would
by
always,
all
like,
means,
sit
have
down.
a seat. Nutty,
Yeah.
make your guest comfortable. And you see the little bat just kind of looks up, goes, and then just lays back down. He says hello.
Hello.
Did he really? He didn't. He hardly made a noise.
Yeah, he totally did. I heard it.
Yeah, we did encounter thistlefolk in the woods. Is that common around here?
It has become more common as time has gone by, but not so common that it becomes too terrible of a inconvenience. I noticed that there was a regular merchant who missed his route. I hope that he is okay.
He's not.
He's not.
That is a shame. We will note that for his kin. And you see him pick out a little book and make a ledger note. Close it back up.
Do you have a ledger of everybody in the city?
I do not have a ledger of everyone in the city. However, I am very well versed in the number of people that are here. Would you like to know something about someone from the city?
Yeah, we're looking for that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Wonderful. Then you will engage me in a card. And you see him...
A card.
He starts dealing out cards to a seat that is open. This is going to be a game of skill.
Oh,
What kind of skill?
Not.
Smart skill.
Fine.
Definitely not me. Sloss starts to down, like hands on his knees, like
this is essentially
no.
This game is basically a cross between Go Fish and Match game that you use the acorns to bid on certain cards as they're placed face down, basically calling them for yourself, and then
seeing if you match.
Not necessarily seeing if you match, but basically seeing what you can put over the face downs before the other person does, and if you can outbid them on the thing, then you can win it too. You have a set number of acorns per round, and it increases as the round goes on, and the complexity of what's set down goes as the round goes. They're allowed to look at your hand at the start, but then it's down to noticing how they've shifted the cards in their hands and what things have happened to make it memorized. And he is very good at doing... Brian Kibler, the prolific Magic the Gathering player, you know, the flip shuffles that he does?
Mm-hmm.
He's doing this constantly throughout the game, and it's very nuisanceful.
So, James.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with the card game, but I made a goof and I was only using one of the numbers before for combat.
It gives
I
you the
don't know
added
if you
number.
did.
Why?
I don't know. My brain just is not in the
I thought
right
you said
spot.
you rolled a 2 and a 1. That's
Well,
how
for
you
that,
knew you get
It
a
was
3.
a plus.
that time, but before that I rolled when I said I was like I only rolled an 11 fear. I rolled an 18, a 7 hope, and an 11 fear.
I was like,
I was like-
statistically, Cassius, there's no way you're hitting this low every time.
Yeah, listen, that's why I was confused. I was like, this seems wrong. And then all the rolls were minimized, but it still keeps a tally of the rolls. So I'm like, oh, I'm real fucking dumb.
Beautiful,
The himbo
perfect,
is leaking
flawless. You big
Yeah,
dumb
'cause I'm
boy.
like, if you touch any one of them, they're deleted. Literally.
Yeah, I rolled a 12, I rolled an 18.
You get like a D10 and then 2d6, like they die.
Yeah.
Yeah, D10, 1d10 plus 4 plus the d6, yeah. Plus then I get to do the 2d6 kick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, like I was waiting for you to just pulp one of them and you kept rolling low. I was like, how is this possible?
Yeah.
Because I'm a big dumb.
But also, one of the nice things about this system is that when you have that person who just keeps missing on all of their shit, the system says everyone at the table can be like, swing again, man. It's fine. Just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna hit. You gotta hit.
Yeah.
It's very good for mercy rule.
Is the when you do an attack and you get a point, if the person is rolling and they hit with hope or whatever, is it just that like anybody at the table can go again, or is it that person is supposed to go again?
Anybody.
I know they say
It's
like
just that your team continues to hold what is essentially the initiative.
Yeah. So
Okay.
then we can pick anyone to go next.
Mm-hmm. It can be the same person, but
Yeah.
you do want to spread it around a little bit more so that people don't get left out. So, Charles, this match game, how do you think you're going to go about doing this?
Well, the first thing he says is, "Can I just pay you?"
Oh, come on. Where's the fun of
You
that?
see the set of his eyes just kind of go.
Okay.
You would have
That's
chosen poorly.
All right, fine.
I suppose you could, but I'd much rather play a game.
It's good to have the person who knows the number of people, I suppose, on our good side. So let's do it. Teach me this game.
Okay.
So I would say, James, I
Yeah.
don't have great intelligence, but could I intentionally or potentially use instinct to try to watch cards?
You're going to try to count cards? That's...
Not even watch cards, but like as he's shuffling them, like
He's helping.
I am happy.
because
I
I
am happy.
sat down to play.
I'm happy
Yeah.
to let you do a help action. And we can describe this now because this is part of the system. What you would do is you would spend a hope and you are allowed to roll a single hope die. And then it's basically giving Charles advantage.
Okay.
He can choose between his and your hope die, but to whichever one gets better.
Mhm.
All right. So Charles, I'm going to set the DC at DC 10 for normal, but if you beat a 15, you get something for it.
Okay. Well, he teaches me the game.
Mhm.
That is what I'm assuming.
He does a learner's round just to get you
Okay.
going. And then he
All right.
shows that it's a progressive 3-round system. It goes up to basically a 6x6 spread of cards. You get up to a certain number of acorns that you're able to slot around.
Okay. Well, I don't know that I can, but maybe I can use his mastery of just kind of. I don't know if I can apply this. It's not technically written, so I don't think that I can do that. I was really limited because I didn't want it to be too powerful. But I'll just go for it. Why not? And you're gonna help, right, Ewan?
Yes.
So Ewan,
Okay.
go ahead and figure out how you would roll just a hope die.
If you hit the double arrow, you can
No,
just
you
do a
can't.
D12.
You can switch to from one die to the other.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So I rolled a 9 hope.
Nice.
I'll take your 9 because I rolled a 7 hope and 11 fear plus 2. So I rolled a 20 total. But yeah,
Very
I'll take
nice.
your 9. It is
Yes.
with fear though. So it is 22 with fear.
So yeah, like they're like watching the game, and like Ewan does the thing where he like literally like puts his chin on his brother's shoulder like to watch the game as it's being played. And he's just kind of like half whispering what he thinks which card is, like which card is where, based on like just hyper fixating on like how the cards are being flipped, trying to like catch a thing like as it's happening.
6s, definitely 6s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the fear does in this situation.
I'm gonna go ahead and just increment myself up to 4.
Okay.
And you feel a pang of foreboding at the idea that this place is getting more and more dangerous to traverse. A story that is all too common these days around the capital and out on the road, especially the further you get away from the capital.
Yeah, during the game, once I get the hang of it, Navarre will just start to ask about, like goings on and how many merchants have disappeared and, how the town is faring with all of this. Seems like you have some sort of magical protection.
Yeah. He will mention, because you rolled so high, that the Whitefire Arcanist actually does have sigils marked around the town that protect it from encroachment from outside, and that it is something of a specialty for her.
Yeah, we definitely need to meet her then.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if I win, the first thing he's going to ask is, all right, so exactly where is she? Now he's a little bit, let's just say he's like, I knew I was going to win. It's fine. No, could you just tell me, please?
He says, she is at her house. It is a tree house and difficult to get to without permission. However, if you go to the tavern, you would be able to procure her favorite drink from Lausa Stallwind, a wild-born dwarf who is the bar matron there. She would be able to provide you with something that will likely get her attention and make it easier to meet the Arcanist.
What do we think, guys? Are we buying some beer for this lady?
That
And
sounds
Colossus
reasonable
kind of
to
starts
me.
walking.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, thank you so much for the engaging game. You have another Schrodinger's potion at your disposal,
Hey.
Charles.
Ooh,
Cool.
Very cool.
Yep.
he paid you to play.
He did.
Well,
You gave him an engaging game. He does not get beat often.
Start kind of like jabbing him in the
let's just
side
get
of his
that beat
elbow.
off.
It's like,
That's
come
what
on,
I heard.
sit. He's like jabbing him in the side of his elbow, like, see, it was worth it, right? Come on. Kind of try to have a little fun out here. I know it's dirty, it's don't want to be here.
I do want to be here. I wanted to go on an adventure with you. I just think that we have better things to do than to play cards with random people. I mean, yes, he did have something, so that's good. But I just
You get information, and you got a bonus out of it. Sometimes you gotta play along with the stupid thing, right? You gotta go on the side quest.
Sometimes you gotta
collect
roll
50
with the stupid.
You gotta collect 20 Strixasses before you can go to the next area. Come on.
I don't want to do that again.
Again?
That was one time. It was one time.
Yeah, someone asked us if we could kill a bunch of. I don't even know what they were. They weren't Strix.
No.
Do you remember?
There was some weird pig thing that also had like bug legs. It was weird.
And he said to bring us hooves. He did not say that half the hooves were not good enough.
He's very picky. But then also it was like they had spider legs, so half of them didn't have hooves. So it was like, did you just send us out here to be a dick?
Sometimes I think that happens.
Yeah.
I've read about it.
You all, as you're having this conversation, you see ahead of you the Clover Tavern. The Clover Tavern is a sight to behold, with 6 curving stories climbing the trunk of an ancient tree. This is the heart of the community, always crowded with music and good-natured conversation. Newcomers to the bar must take off their shoes and hang them over a line that stretches across the bar's ground floor. Inevitably, by the time the visitors leave, their shoes will be shined and filled with small trinkets. As you enter, what would you like to do?
I don't wear shoes.
Yeah, I don't wear shoes.
I don't wear shoes either.
Take off my shoes.
Yeah, like,
They
shoes.
they
The group has a
literally
collective like
and-
panic attack. The fact they can't get free shit.
as
with no
as
shoes.
all of you exclaim, "No shoes!" There's uproarious laughter from the crowd, and they point. And much like you would have the bowling shoes that you're given from a place, there are proxy shoes that you can hang up as you walk into the bar that are sitting and waiting
I don't
next
want
to
your
the
pity
door.
shoes.
I do.
I go. I
I'll
go
take
get some
yours.
shoes.
Sure.
I don't want your pity shoes. I'm gonna get a beer instead. Get 2 beers.
No,
I
look,
thought you were supposed to just enjoy the little things.
Listen,
right, you know.
I have to do the little thing. I'm not gonna get the pity prize.
Okay, well, I'll have your pity shoes.
do you want me to customize your shoes for you?
No, these aren't my. I can't
Yes.
take them with me.
Okay.
For a
Well,
small
I can.
fee, you can take them with you. It's like a novelty cup.
What do you want your shoes to look like? I'm about to press to digitate.
Flames.
Flames. You want
Oh
flames
yeah,
on
make
this
them hoop
picture?
flames. Let's go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why the hell not?
They're those big funky like Gundam tech shoes, you know, but
Yeah.
they have like a flame motif coming off them instead of like the jagged wings.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have a question.
Yes.
You know how I have this elemental thing activated?
E-
I don't
That's-
see anything about when that
Fades?
deactivates,
That's a-
if at all.
Good point.
It doesn't. It just, you
Okay.
decide, yeah. I think the end of a session, maybe, but they don't say that.
Surely there's got to be something.
Yeah,
it
maybe when you
says
sleep.
Lasts
or-
until you take severe damage or until your next short rest.
Okay, so
So-
then there you go.
Oh yeah, there you
So
go.
it
You haven't
doesn't
taken a
have
short
like
rest
a-
yet, so
Yeah, it doesn't have like a timer though. So cool.
Yeah.
So you're still
Burn.
kind of
On fire.
like you have the flamey texture. You're like one of the Abyssos weapons.
It does very specifically say enemy, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
shouldn't hurt anybody in the tavern unless they're trying to like pickpocket
Like
me or
oh
something.
shoes, and you grab them and they just go up in flames. You're like no,
No.
Yeah, because I had a similar question. Because prestidigitation says you may change an object's color. Doesn't say for how
Forever.
long or yeah.
I feel like
doesn't-
they're giving us old prestidigitation. They're just like yeah, fuck it.
yeah, yeah. It does a whole bunch of stuff, but yeah, there doesn't seem to be a limit on time. So yeah, I will make flame shoes for our very fast turtle. Very very fast.
Love it.
I guess you would want yours to glow. I'm assuming. Frigo.
Glow is a color.
Yeah.
I'll rule that.
Glow is a color.
I mean, I can make it like I can illuminate a room, so I guess I can make the shoes glow if I wanted to.
Yeah, why not?
But yeah. So yeah, we will get shoes and we will customize them and follow this ritual. Except for, I guess, Ewan. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yes. And Candy
Really
Boy just
sad.
wears his own
Mhm.
shoes.
It's weird. It's like
You're the weirdo who wears shoes. Ugh.
Yes.
Yeah.
my shoes are built in.
As you're doing this, you're being helped out by a small half folk that is just like trying to get you all set up and showing. So here's where you hang them, and then you go ahead and you just leave it. When you come back, you'll like it. It'll be fun. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
And they like
already
explain the
like it.
hospitality of it. It has to do with like a very old standing tradition that one of the old patrons of the bar who used to be a hunter who went off on long journeys and did a lot of the food hunting for the village as it was first founded, was always so tired and bedraggled when he got back that he had to take his shoes off and just go sit down. And as a show of thanks, the kids started like just and some of the fairy folk who live here just started, you know, gussing them up and filling them with things and doing nice things for them as a show of appreciation. And it became a thing that is like a sort of just rite of passage that's given to newcomer travelers and all sorts, that the more you travel, the further you come from, the more welcome you are here.
That's
So,
pretty nice.
Well, feeling pretty welcome.
With being a world traveler, would I have heard that story?
I'll say
Or
yeah.
know of that
I'll say
story?
you knew that. You're the one. You could have been the one who explained this cursorily to everybody going in. It's like, yeah, you need to take your shoes off.
Or like, oh,
It's
I
a
was like,
thing.
down, like, oh. But yeah, I'd say after all that, and once Wash's shoes are kind of handled, and he kind of mosey up to the bar, and just kind of.
Now I do have a question just for world building fun, because this playtest is encouraging this a lot, and I like it actually. There are 6 curving stories to this this tavern. Does anybody want to take and describe what one of the stories looks like that's wildly different from the others? Multiple people can go. There's 6 stories. So.
This whole place has a very foresty feel, right? Like the big trees are everywhere in the city.
And this is actually like spiraling around one of the larger trees in the center of the city. So.
Right.
I would say at least so. All right, go ahead.
No, you started.
6
I was
floors.
gonna
Just
say
pick one.
at least on the first floor, it's the base of this tree. So there are some tables like that have been retrofitted, like where a trunk would come down and kind of tilt back up out of the ground. So they've taken that and made like a table out of it, gave it a tabletop, and then they've used different parts of the tree to essentially incorporate itself. Like there was a huge knot in the side of the trunk, so that has turned into like a private seating area, for a couple tables, or just kind of so so a group of people can just kind of have their own little area, and potentially just different things you'd find on the ground floor they have incorporated into making the actual bar, like different trunks and different rocks and different kind of obviously kind of fix them a little bit so they're more it's not all jagged and just looks like you're standing on the ground, but more of like it's flat surfaced and all that stuff.
I'm trying to remember. There's an elven city in the Forgotten Realms that speaks to that.
To which part?
Trying to remember. It's in the Drist books.
The biggest one is Silvery Moon.
Yeah, Silvery Moon. Thank you.
Yeah, with the big bridge.
Silvery Moon with the big bridge, but also one of the features of Silvery Moon is that all of the architecture in it is just like shaped trees, and not like in like they cut into them, but basically they encourage the trees with like different placements of like things to get in their way, and like over the course of hundreds of years to get it to grow into what is essentially like furniture, rooms, windows, things like that. So all of it looks completely naturally grown. Nothing is carved out. And I feel like, is that the vibe that you're basically saying?
Yeah.
So it looks like a completely organic first floor. I like that. That's cool.
I was thinking for the very top floor, it was fully designed by the, what are they called? Clinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is a fully like automaton style floor, to include a automaton like aquarium, little like gear fish that swim around in something and like just sort of follow a path. Some of them are on like poles that make them move, and others can like just sort of float and like spin in circles on their own.
Like the little like wind up froggies and fish you put in the bathtub and they go hoot, hoot, hoot.
Yeah, exactly.
So always on their side. They don't exactly do the thing right.
Yeah. They just kind of go in a circle because they're dumb.
Yeah.
Yep. It's kind of an exclusive area. It's a little bit more maybe VIP level type thing. You go to the top and view of the city and, the steampunk look of it.
That's fun. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
So sort of because of what we just said, and now in my head, I think of it as like slowly like as you go up, it goes from more natural to less natural.
Mm-hmm.
So like the middle floors are kind of a mix of the two.
Like almost a
Mhm.
march of progress kind of thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's fun.
I don't like that the robot parts are up higher in the tree. Seems kind of fucked up.
I mean, yeah.
I
Is it
mean, would you
really-
rather have them in the ground? Because then they're going to have all the parts going everywhere, and then you're going to just have a bunch of things to step on. And, some of the sharp little pointies, they can get like, almost like tetrahedral, and it's really painful to step on.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense because
right now, son.
because there's less branches the further up the tree you go, at least for a bit. It's bare, and then it gets back to tree.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe they had to build out the mechanical parts to put anything on because no branches. Maybe.
I like it.
So
I like
second
it.
floor.
Mm-hmm.
Second floor is just like flowers.
Oh.
So
Like a flower garden?
kinda, but like if the flower garden was tipped up and growing out of the walls.
Ooh, okay.
So it's just like a band of different flowers, but they've been grown and organized in such a way that it's actually a mural of the shapes of the flowers. So like it's a flower made out of flowers of itself. Does that make sense? So like it's a hydrangea made of hydrangeas and a rose made of roses or what nonsense.
Mm.
There's other stuff in there. There's like some birds.
Cool.
Some nesting and stuff going on. Neat.
No, I mean like there's some bird shapes. You can't just smash flowers next to each other. Like there's like negative space, but they've made the negative space into like birds and squirrels and little foresty creatures.
I see. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, that as that is viewed by all of you, it's being explained, and the nice homely voice of the tiny little dwarf that is carrying just an enormous barrel of ale on her shoulder with her big bushy beard. She says, by the way, I'm Lausa. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, by all means, I would like to know. And she points over at you, Swash, and says, your sword.
Yes. He's
Well,
kind of.
I want to know of it. What's its name? And when was it forged? If you don't
He's
mind me
kinda-
asking, kind of a blacksmith aficionado, if you will.
Mm. It is named. And he just kind of strokes his mustache, and he's like, just kind of side by side. I do like your very full beard. It suits you well.
Why, thank you. You do try to oil and tend, to
Mm.
keep it nice.
Yes. It is called the 3 S's of. Shoot, I think of something. The 3 S's of Gal Steel. And it was actually a sword that 3 young brothers were down on their luck, just beaten and bruised and mistreated because we were different from everybody else. We banded together, and it was just a regular this is a regular blacksmith sword that was forged. He's trying to think. He's like trying to think about how old he is, and it's like at least probably a good
I was supposed to ask one of you
years
this
ago.
question, and I forgot that I asked possibly the oldest one.
Yeah.
That this is quite possibly a legendarily old sword at this point.
Yeah. It's like it's years old. I can't maybe you could tell me, being a very profound blacksmith. I don't. My mind slips every once in a while.
Might I,
But
if you don't mind?
sure. And he's
I
kind of
don't
love a Mai
remember.
Tai.
You tell me.
yeah. And it just kind of hands it over, and it's just like it's the three S's of swish, swash, and swoosh.
You say
That's how.
you found this.
No, we banded together, and we were able to. I just don't. This lovely old blacksmith that we were able to help him. We always called him Steel, but it was dwarven names are so long and they escape me. It's Steel something or other, but we helped him around his shop, and then that was the thing that we were able to kind of work off and purchase from him before we set out on our adventure together.
She looks over the blade and without even tipping the barrel in her arm that she's still holding over her shoulder, just casually examining this, flicking it around on her hand. This lady is all thews. She is all forearms and biceps and shoulders. And then she just says, "Gal Steel. I remember a blacksmith long ago they told stories of. Lived by the sea. Said there was a specific kind of coral that if you could dive deep enough, you could make a tang for a blade that gave it the ability to never snap to anyone else's sword. Amazing durability at the center. But very few could ever make the trip in order to acquire it. He called it sea stone.
Pretty easy for some turtles.
This is one of Steel Toe's sea stone blades. Truly a magic weapon.
He's kind of thinking back, as especially as someone that gets older and they start to remember stories of like, oh yes, I do remember that now. Like the pieces got put together, and it's just kind of, no, it's just like, thank you for helping me remember those tales.
Gladly. Now, what is a group of consummate adventurers like you doing around here? It seems like you have something in mind.
Yeah, we're looking for the. Oh, actually, I guess we really need to find you to get us a drink so that we could give it to the Arcanist to find favor, because we had some deliveries for her and some other things that we needed to inquire of her.
Is this Stallwind?
Yes, I am Stallwind. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr.
Everybody just calls me Candy Boy.
Candy Boy. It's a strong name. I like it. Sweet.
What? Thank you.
I tell you what. This is for the Arcanist. So, and she just, pump, and she's going to eeny, meeny, miny, Ewan.
I was waiting for Michelle's giant barrel out of mushroom.
I want you all to know that that was method acting. It says in the description, she will keep the barrel on her shoulder the entire time. So I kept my arm in that position as long as she was holding it. Okay, I'm fine.
Suffer for your craft, James.
I do. So she hands off that ale cask to you and says, "That's her favorite. If you let her know that Lausa sent you, as long as you can get her attention, it can be tricky. She's not exactly the most. You know the kind of person who reads as they're reading something, it's like the rest of the world doesn't exist?
No.
Her eyes slowly drift
turns his
over.
head.
To,
Yeah.
everybody just looks at
Everybody.
Navarre.
And he goes, no, I don't think so.
That doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Anyway, this should help. So, you know.
Blah, blah.
Hmm?
Blah, blah.
Blah, blah.
Blah, blah.
That's what you said.
Blah, blah.
This should help.
Does she drink the whole barrel in a night?
You'll understand when you see her. The
Oh.
Arcanist is
All right.
a unique individual. Wait, let me just
Dragon.
make sure. Did I fuck up? Give me just a second. I want to make sure that I'm being accurate. Yes. Okay, good.
Inaccurate.
No. I want to be very particular about the pronouns. Make sure I got them right. Arcanist is she. Okay. Okay, and with that, she puts the arm that she was holding the barrel with onto your shoulder, Swash, and says, "Thank you for showing me something truly magical. It's always wonderful to see a good story."
He just kind of nods and
Wait, she threw the barrel to Ewan or Swash?
No, she threw it
To
to
you-
Ewan, and then she's
you.
just talking
Okay.
to Swash.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought you said she throws it to
She did.
Swash. Yes.
No, she threw it at you.
She put the arm that was holding the barrel on Swash.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
he kind of nods. Pleasure is also mine. It's always nice to be able to sit down and recall or to tell people of stories and to hear different legends of stories of things that have come to pass.
Always helps to know where we came from.
He just kind of catches you on side eye as like holding this barrel up. It's just kind of like,
Monkey.
I have a desire to throw.
No. Yeah, she just looked around and found the most conventionally strong looking.
Yeah.
It's a good thing none of us are Simia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Return
How hard was it
to
for you
monkey.
not to pick Simeon, Philip?
It was if I had made a wizard, it was going to be Simia.
Yep, that's what I figured.
Mhm.
Yeah.
With this, Lasso will actually give you the address essentially to the Arcanist if you all are ready to go.
You look like you're doing a ballet move.
not
Yeah.
upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to leave immediately. We might want to take a short rest and then go out there for going today. What time was it?
No, I'm on fire.
Yeah.
So the Arcanist is in the town.
Oh, okay, then we don't need to worry about it.
They live here. It's just they're kind of off in their own little corner, and
Mhm.
you'll notice that there's a good reason how it's hard to find her, because making your way past the homes of the village, then through the farmlands, you see. Oh wait, no, is it actually outside? No. It sounds like it's right outside the town. So
Okay. Well, then we may as well head there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll card up for this obviously because you're doing a delivery,
Mm-hmm.
and you can set down the barrel in the cart if you so choose. There we go.
Now we really have to protect it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Making your way past the homes of the village, then through the farmlands of Hush, you see a variety of crops that have begun to cultivate a thin layer of glowing blue moss over the top of their fruits and vegetables. They pulse softly, like a heartbeat as you pass. Among the thriving groves, you notice that the sablewood trees in this area have hundreds of unique faces carved into all sides, the eyes peering in every direction. One tree, taller than the rest, bears the Arcanist's home like an overripe fruit. It hangs from a braid of rope as wide around as a giant's forearm, tied to a massive branch and counterweighted by a cabin-sized boulder lying at the base of the tree. The stone is marked with a collection of symbols, and the cabin's windows flash with a soft yellow-green light. And you are at her home. What would you like to do?
Well, we got to get up there, right? There's no apparent way up.
Other
No
than the
immediately
rope,
apparent way.
I gotta climb up a rope.
Yeah.
Can I like just look around the trunk of the tree and see what I see
Take a gander.
with my nature eyes?
With your special eyes. Yeah, go ahead. Make me an instinct.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna turn into a squirrel, I think.
I just want to be a squirrel. What?
A flaming squirrel.
15 with hope.
Okay. Give yourself a hope. And with a 15, you notice that two things. One, this tree seems imminently climbable. And two, the counterweight seems like it has a bit of an etched carving on it that would probably make it so that you probably don't want to try to futz with the counterweight itself.
Okay. I share this information.
Cool.
Sorry if I missed it. Is the weight at the bottom or the top?
The counterweight's at the bottom.
Okay.
Like with elevators, you have the counterweight that goes down as the elevator goes up.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's
I'm
all the way.
turned into a squirrel.
okay. Marcus stress.
Yes.
Anybody else have anything they want to do while the squirrel's chittering up the tree?
I too will mark a stress.
Just
I'll fly.
Fucking fly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
All right.
No, it's okay. We'll figure it out.
I mean, as soon as I'm gonna fly up basically to
Oh
the
my
top
God.
of the elevator.
I mean, I could get us up there if you want us up there.
You know the sorceress from Willow?
Yes.
Not really.
The one with
Just
the wand.
keep your britches on. I'll be right back down. Willow.
So, do you think
Never.
I weigh more than that counterweight?
No.
Okay.
Handily no.
So yeah, Candy Boy just like the wings on his back like open up and then like a very loud and very
sorry.
deep
Forgot
like
to shift
vibration.
this. There you go.
Just
Treehouse.
Yep, and he just like basically jumps and
You weigh
launches
how
himself
much?
up.
You weigh like a solid 80, right? At least.
No, he's I think like probably 200 and something
Yeah,
pounds.
a lot more. Yeah.
200. You are 4 feet tall.
You
Yeah,
are
like a dwarf.
dense.
Dense.
Super dense.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
your wings are just like.
Yeah, super deep. Like,
Helicopter.
sounds like a helicopter. Someone said the things from Dune.
Oh
The
yeah, the
ornithopters,
thopters.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something like that type of sound effect.
Yeah.
Just really deep, bassy.
It
like,
is
reverberating.
an aggressive noise.
Yes.
Mhm.
And even
And
then,
basically,
he's slow.
yeah. Basically, my idea is that he like it's like assisted jumping. So he like jumps, and it's his strength that allows him to like launch himself up. The wings just sort of help keep him going.
Sounds like a whole ass lawnmower just being restarted constantly.
Yeah. Yeah, and he'll blast his way up towards the top of the elevator piece.
Okay. Well, we have a squirrel and a bug going. Anybody else gonna try something?
I just figured that they'll lower it for us. I mean, I could, but I don't know that she would like me to make a large ice spike ramp up there. I mean, I could.
Hmm.
As
So-
of one
You-
wizard to another, probably.
You
not.
can't.
Yeah, probably not.
Those are just objects until you do something with them, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. That's the
Summons.
thing.
That's sick as hell.
It's crazy that they don't tell you what you can do with them. They just say
Summon
if you
inside
use
the
them.
top.
Yeah. Yeah, I can make a platform that just rises. I don't know. It's weird.
Within very far range, use them as if you use them as a weapon. It says if.
Which implies that you don't have to.
Yeah.
So what else can you do with them? I don't know.
That. I mean, yeah, man. I would say they're like the conicals. So if you turn them sideways,
But I figured I'm probably
just
not
makes
going to do
sense.
that. I'll wait down here.
yeah, sure. All right, so we have
Okay.
a little.
If anybody else has a way up, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm a turtle.
I'm carrying the kegs unless I want to jump from tree branch. to
Yeah.
tree branch.
We'll make the delivery. We'll let them talk to her first.
Sounds good. All right, and so you make it up, seeing the light flicker as you make your way up towards the door. I'm gonna say that you both make it there roughly the same time, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, with the squirrel being a little faster but taking extra long because as squirrels do, you have to ninja warrior your way down the rope and around to get to the actual treehouse proper. And let's see, as you essentially knock on the front door, you hear a moment, and a 7-foot mix of humanoid and firefly. The Arcanist is a fairy that moves in a combination of both very slow yet suddenly jerky motions. Imagine like the three sisters from Dracula, or from Bram Stoker's Dracula, and how they used water to get like that fast slow effect.
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Through her expression, though her expressions are difficult to read, her emotions are very clear in her voice. She is old but spry, and eyes the group mischievously. Are you the group Emrys sent from the capital? Oh my, you're rather late, aren't you? Come in. And she'll go ahead and she will lower down the house by making an incantation with her hands that suddenly makes the counterweight glow, and the counterweight starts to raise up slowly. Make me a spellcasting roll, Charles, for understanding.
Sure. That is my knowledge. I got a 6 and an 8. Because this is the first time that it's happened, one of the wizard's special abilities is Strange Patterns. You choose a number between 1 and 12. Whenever you roll that number on a duality die, hope or stress, or hope or a fear, I can gain a hope or clear a stress. And of course, I picked the number 8 because it's always 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I get to get a hope
Nice.
from that, and I totaled a 15 knowledge roll.
Okay. Hope or fear?
This is with fear.
Okay.
Fear was the 8.
I'll just go ahead and increment the fear die. I think
Yep.
I'm at 5 now, so.
Yep.
And 6 is my max, so. And with
This
that,
is what the narrative stuff is for, to get you more fear.
you have a moment where it's just simply that most people looking on would think, she's using telekinesis to lift that stone. You know that actually she is so intrinsically able to alter or to inscribe properties onto stones. She has simply decreased its weight.
Oh.
Yeah, it's real powerful. This is a professional here.
Yeah. And so you get that little twinge of, oh, the world is a wide, wide place.
Mm-hmm.
And
Never
that
even
is
thought you could do that.
that is the fear. It's that little bit of existential, I am a small fish in a much larger pond
Mhm.
than I once was.
Hey, you okay?
I'm good. I just need to learn to do that.
Ooh.
Yeah, imagine. Wouldn't you like to float? Fly?
I
Like
could
Candy
be
Boy?
heavier.
I mean, yeah, theoretically I could do that too.
I mean, it'd be cool if I could do it, control my trajectory, because like if you get mad at me, you could just like fling me into a river.
I wouldn't do that because then I'd have to fish you out of the river.
I mean, I can swim.
I could swim enough to get out of a river.
Not if you're weightless.
Fair enough. I would never do it to you, unless you asked.
That'd be kind of fun.
As the Arcanist lowers her home and invites you inside, you'll notice the treehouse is surprisingly spacious. The main room is a crowd of potion bottles, spell books, runes, plants, and small creatures of all kinds. But no one could classify this place as messy. It's clear that if anyone moved a single item, even an inch, the old fairy would notice. So this is a 7-foot tall insectile fae who has a large, like, firefly glowbug tail, but also just seems to protrude this bioluminescence that like radiates out from her chest in a very pleasing fashion, in fact, to you, Frigga.
Twinsies.
Game recognized game.
Glow, recognize glow.
So she sits, or she asks all of you to sit with plenty of room to sit down and says, "You must have been traveling for a while. Does anyone want some tea?"
Yes.
Absolutely.
I am good, thank you.
Water? Alcohol? I have a few things at my disposal. I wouldn't want to leave a guest wanting.
I'll switch it to alcohol.
I'll have an alcohol.
I'll have
I'll
one
have an alcohol.
I'll have alcohol. One
Yeah.
alcohol, please.
I'll take what the group's having.
She actually will at this point, because you did bring the barrel, she will start serving the barrel, and the barrel is a very a tangy mead, which has a sort of almost spicy kick to it. It isn't just cloyingly sweet like you can get a lot of meads to easily be. Someone took a lot of care and time to make this the exact right texture and flavor that someone would want, and it very much strikes you as this is the kind of thing that an insectoid would be head over heels for, because it has the exact right amount of just entirely too much sugar in it, but without being so sweet that it's gross to drink.
No such thing as too sweet.
McDonald's says otherwise.
Candy boy.
Candy boy.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
That's his
I like
tagline
some
underneath
tangy
his,
mead.
his character picture. It's just no such thing as too sweet.
That's also all his pickup lines.
Yeah. While he's like flexing, showing off the gun show and shit.
Mhm.
So she says, what took you on the travel? Were you waylaid or held up? And I would like one of you, I'm gonna give it to, I'll give it to you in this time. Say the thing, not the Strix encounter, because that actually didn't take much time. What did you all encounter that made you take longer than you would have to get this to her? There was an adventure nested in an adventure that made you late.
Oh, wait, late getting. Oh yeah, late getting here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were coming here and we saw this wagon and we were like, "Oh, let's investigate the wagon," because who just leaves a wagon in the middle of the road, right? That's like weird.
No. Let me clarify. Not the thing that
That's
you all
different than we
just
just
did.
did.
I'm asking for a past exploit that was along the journey from the capital.
Okay.
Something that you couldn't ignore that you had to do something about.
So it's all this fox.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Chickens.
Oh, was it chickens? I thought it was a fox.
Well, it was chickens that had gone missing and they were blaming a fox, but it wasn't a fox.
Right.
It was very important that we clear the fox's name.
It all started with that chicken.
If y'all want to go to youtube.com/+1shot, you too can watch Team Green and Horny's misadventures.
That's not Green
No,
Horny.
that
was-
That's Splinters of Faith.
Splinters
Oh,
of
that's
Faith.
Splinters of Faith? Oh, I missed
Yeah.
that.
It all
early
started with the
episodes.
chicken, episode 1.
Well, that's even better. The longest running show on the channel, Splinters of Faith. Go ahead and I'm gonna point here, and Michelle will figure out a way to make it so that the playlist pops up.
Oh wow! What time are we at? Okay.
We're actually pretty far.
So we were on our way here, and we were gonna come right here, but then there was these two giants who were like starting. They kept trying to waylay us, and me and my brother have a strict policy against not taking shit from giants. So we ended up having it wasn't a fight, but it was like a debate and like a challenge almost that took a while.
So basically, you had to compete in the Highland Games or some such with a bunch of giants.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Like, we probably could have not, but also we couldn't not. You know what I mean?
Challenged us.
You guys just have like a poster in the cart somewhere that just says giants. Have no fear, take no shit.
I mean, might as well be giants.
That is the one thing in my back. He fucking hates giants. So yeah, Navarre would have done it no matter what.
Yeah. So like
if we could have gotten to kill them, that would have been better. But that's fine.
Giants were talking shit. It was close to a town, so we probably couldn't have just had a violent altercation, or else people would be like, "Yo, what's going on? They live here. They live around here. You can't do that."
Yo, that's my neighbor.
It's on the side with giants.
We're definitely like, "Yo, what the fuck you gonna do?" And Navarre and you and we're like, oh, "These motherfuckers." Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch.
Exactly.
And so you describe the absolute hijinks that you all got into, basically doing a bunch of trials and obstacles and just shit wrecking a bunch of giants at their own games.
Like a sack race, you know.
Yeah, like a shot put where we had to trick one of them. Like we made them slip so their fucking stone just bounced off the other one's thigh or something like that.
Oh god, that sounds anywhere. So painful.
I know.
They wanted to use me as a shot put at one point.
Yeah, like Navarre put a little bit of ice under his foot as he was spinning, so he just slipped.
Yeah.
Oh, we put we put him on his back and just spun him around until we told him to swash to let go, so he could fucking whip the discus.
Good times. She enjoys the mirth and humor of the tale and laughs along with all of you. As you finish up, she says, "Well, I'm sure that was very much worth the time that it took, and I am interested, of course, in actually seeing what it is you brought for me. So if you don't mind." And she goes ahead and twirls her hand, and as she does, the bulb-like top of the house unfurls open into a bloomed flower. And you see the package that is it's not like a tiny box, it's like big. It takes up like half of the back of the cart.
Mm-hmm.
You see her slowly lift and raise her fingers up, and as she does, the parcel comes up and then moves forward and into the house and sits down on this tea table in the middle of all of you. And then she slowly opens the delivery.
And we see
Closes it, the house back up as she
nothing.
does.
Ah.
Inside King Emerus's package lies a massive stone with a lion's face carved into it. Let's see. Frigga and Navarre, you both recognize this. This is the capital city's gate's main arch keystone.
Oh.
The Arcanist nods sagely as soon as she sees it, saying, Of course, the king would keep this delivery secret. If anyone knew your city was no longer warded, you would be conquered before sunrise.
Is he
Dun, dun,
sending
dun.
it to you to recharge or fix in some way?
I was the one who initially put the enchantment on this keystone.
Makes sense.
It does need to be kept from time to time. With that
Nothing
ominous
just, like,
warning,
easier for you to come to the city if it needed to recharge.
no, because I need to use the magics here to do it, in the open veil.
All right.
It's the only place where the magic can be worked.
Seems like just having two that you could switch back and forth would be easier.
Like a rechargeable battery, and then you... Yeah, no, that would make more sense, but he only wanted the one, and I don't do free labor.
That's fair. I'm questioning this king now.
Well, I mean, when it comes to art, you can't ask an artist for extra work. I understand that the keystone is out in the middle at the main gate. I understand the exposure rate, but you can't slack on your prices. The minute that you start letting people just edge in and give you discounts here and there, it becomes a whole thing.
Navarre is
Sure.
taking notes.
That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm thinking that
No.
they should have paid for two.
I agree, but his great grandfather was a bit notorious as a cheapskate. So when the one broke, he didn't get it replaced. He thought one was enough. You know how it is.
Well, we'll suggest it. Well, maybe we shouldn't suggest. Are we supposed to know about this?
I think that King Emerus would not have sent you on this quest had he not trusted you with this. But that
Right,
said,
what are we going to do to the city?
Nothing.
you are fairly far from it currently. But we
Mhm.
must travel to the open veil to reinstate the ward. Such an effort of magic, however, will attract dangerous creatures from the darkest reaches of the Sablewood. I'd need your help.
Well, I think we could be of service to you. I am sure that is where we are needed.
I can help out with the ritual. She
Adventure.
floats.
I'm going home.
Just
Like,
not really.
fuck this shit, I'm out.
Uh-huh.
Cheapskate kings and their great-great-grandfathers.
Dumb, squirrely dumb.
All right, at this point, we are at pretty
Yeah.
late into the evening. How's everybody doing?
Shrug.
I am a little tired. I've been up since 6.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
The
while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just 3 hours short of 24. Yeah.
yeah,
We'll just shoot the
Weird.
shit with this next time.
we
Yeah.
could do that. I don't mind running.
It might be updated again by then.
It's
Yeah.
entirely
There's no
possible.
such thing as a one shot.
There isn't, no. There's only a
Failed to
plus one
have-
shot.
Our moniker is true once again.
Never proven wrong, never punished.
Yeah, that's right.
Never punish, never surrender. Well, how's everybody feeling so far about the system? I noticed, besides Cassis needing to know that you add both dice together.
I made
so far,
I made a goofus.
so far, I like it. I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know a whole lot. I think we need a little bit more combat to see how like armor and stuff works out.
This would go direct, essentially the next thing is a 2-part of the final combat for it.
Okay.
But there is, I feel like reading the room, it would be better to start with this and then just kind of do a wrap up
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah,
Very cool.
on a next time rather
that makes
than
sense. Try and rush it.
yeah. I don't want to try to rush this because the combat does take us a little bit of time just because we're so new to it also. Like that was a relatively small combat, or should have been, but it is what it is, and we're all new to the
Yeah.
system, so. But
Hmm.
yeah, there is
I don't,
Act
I don't
5.
feel like that combat overstayed its welcome too much. It was
I don't think
what,
so
like
either. Yeah.
Effectively, if you had an initiative, it was like 2 or 3 turns technically.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, this is
Normal.
Yeah.
Ward Renewal Part 1 and Part 2, and then there's an epilogue. So we're pretty close,
Cool.
but I think we're just far enough off that it's better to stop. And
Take our time with the combat next time.
And next time we can also get into the mechanics of a short rest, which is another thing that will extend it because learning all of that stuff. So seems pretty good to me.
Overall, pretty easy to grasp. There's some nitty gritty stuff that they're probably still working out themselves, like the movement thing. Like,
How does this apply?
little bits of rules that they probably didn't even think would come up.
It seems like it was something that it wasn't a problem before, but then when they reclassified what an action is, it's made it so that there's just going to be a little bit of explanation needed extra. And I'm sure it's like definitive somewhere in here, but I just haven't found it yet because they changed what is essentially like 75 pages of a 300-page document.
Yeah.
It's a bit to get through. But either way, we'll come back and we'll finish this up in, what's in 2 weeks?
And definitely, if we tripped up on something during the course of this, or like any of our questions we weren't able to answer or answered incorrectly, hit us up in the comments. Let us know what you think should have gone down, or what you know should have gone down, and it would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you see where we made a mistake.
Yeah, let us know.
Kiss the snake.
Yeah, I was looking at the grid rule didn't even exist until 1.3. There was no actual rules for how to use a map.
Even though they said you could? No.
Yeah, there was no optional rule yet.
Well, they had the distance, didn't they? Like,
they had
this distance is a card, and this is a pencil, and this is a piece of paper.
Yeah, that was it.
But people were like, "Hey guys, can you give us squares because VTTs?"
Yeah,
I can't hold an index card up to my screen. I mean, I can, but it's probably not accurate.
Yeah. So that whole melee is 1 square, very close is 3. That did not exist.
Yeah, I will say,
I prefer having the squares.
Yeah.
Though I guess like having both is best.
I mean,
sure that you can just.
Yeah. What I would say for this system is that honestly, my dumb brain. Ugh, sorry, it is a little late, everyone.
Yeah.
But as far as the system goes, I feel like this system really was handcrafted for an at-table experience. And then it feels like VTT is like, we understand we need to do it, but we wanted to get the at-table right first, because with the cards, with the tokens, with the action tracker and everything being so tactile, like I tried to do as best as I could to give us a bit of that vibe with the Roll20, but it's really not going to do the same justice that actually being at a table in a group and doing like the pass initiative the way that it works and everything would be done, and like seeing like my fear die on my desk being at 5, like having that out in front of everybody, or me putting down like a countdown die or something like that is just, it's so much better at table or at something that can represent that. So I do think that they definitely also in the future need to figure out a way to actually, they need to sponsor a VTT, or they need to at least allow someone to make a VTT and help them with ideas.
Yeah, because like there's a lot of little stuff that there is no good way to track on a VTT, or the age-old problem that is Bardic Inspiration. Not exactly, but it's like, I can give you armor. You can't put that into your calculate damage.
No, I mean,
you can't change your armor to then see what it would do if you had 3 more armor. You have to go back to the character builder to change it to then see it change. Yeah. Or like unlock your sheet and add 3 to it, but then you have to remove 3. So there's a lot of things that would be easy at a table. You just go, yeah, well, it's 3 more. Okay.
Small side note, when I went to roll my stress potion, couldn't find a button for that.
Yeah.
So I just rolled a die.
Yeah.
Whipped out these guys, rolled a d4, put them away.
Yeah. I will always and forever dislike this type of initiative. I disliked it in Teams with Attitude. I know. It's cool. I like it. I like the flow between enemy and GM, but I kind of like the whole. It would go back and forth, and then we would pick one person, you would pick an enemy, we would pick one person, and you could keep the fear that way. It's just, yeah, it's hard to be equitable if it's just like everybody go if you want.
I would say
Yeah.
what we could do is we could do the tack on rule next time for the next combat just to test it out.
Well, I don't think we would have triggered it because it was such a short combat too.
I
That's
think
the
there
thing.
were some people that went 3 times.
I don't think so.
There's an interesting idea where you could, I think, to try and like, yeah, I don't know. I kind of lost it. My idea was just like a way to track, like you have initiative for just that round, so people can just be like, I want to go second. Like I've got an idea, but I want to go second or whatever.
There's also
Yeah, it
the
gets complicated.
stuff that you do that's just straight up not an action.
Yeah.
Like, I think I took 2 actions, but I did like 3 things that weren't actions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't have counted. That's what I mean. Like, I don't think anybody took 3 actions, even towards the end. Maybe only Ewan, because we let him try a second time. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ewan took 4 actually, because he also did that swipe at the end.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, that was kind of a half action anyway.
Yeah,
so.
that didn't count, yeah.
Maybe like a pseudo initiative where there's actually an order, but you can just sort of speak up and be like, hey, can I slip this in here real quick?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I
like,
don't know.
I would
I
say
mean, we could
let's
try
try
with a bigger combat too.
Yeah, the next one should be a bigger combat. So
Yeah.
let's just try basically what it is everybody gets 3 tokens, and until all of them are spent out, once you run out, you're out.
hmm
So
I think we should just try it as it is. Like it could be different in a different combat. That was just such a weird, quick one, you know?
mhm.
Yeah.
That's true.
You know what it is too. Like, at least for me, I don't know how you guys felt. Having that experience from Teens with Attitude, where we were all kind of going, "Oh, I don't want to go if you haven't gone," or "I don't want to go in front of somebody else if somebody else has something they want to do." I just kind of went, "We're all gonna do that again. I'm gonna go, and I have an idea."
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the idea. It's the other thing is, like, one of the things that they ask, and what I tried to make sure that I did with our stuff there was, one of the reasons that they have you have your own tokens is so that the players themselves can self-regulate of, okay, well, there are 3 actions from this one player on the action tracker right now. Maybe they should hold off and let everybody else have turns,
Mm-hmm.
which we
Yeah.
never really got to, because
Yeah, we didn't even get to that. Yeah.
and it wasn't ever like, the only time I ever duplicated an action on the tracker was when Aaron swung twice. But
Mhm.
I did notice you, Charles, just kind of sitting back. But I do know that that's not something I can necessarily just tell you, hey, you need to take a turn right now, because that's not how you play.
It's not. It just incentivizes healers and people who have different skills to just not do anything for a while, just to see what'll happen.
Yeah, to wait until they can.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
then
honestly a
it's usually
goofy
too
way
late.
for you to state it, because you have the best burst of anyone in the team. So technically, you should be taking all of the turns.
Sure, but it's that thing. It's like, I don't want to do that. It's just one of those things where the table will figure it out, and I like that, but I also hate that, because I've been at some really bad tables where that will not go. Like, this game really is predicated on a table of friends who are good with each other. Like, otherwise, I don't know.
Jiving.
It gets a little weird, I think.
I will say, though, from the vibe of the game itself, I don't think this game works at a table that isn't that way, because
Sure,
the
yeah.
free flow of the storytelling and I do appreciate from this playtest the amount of trust that it enforces
Yeah.
on the players of, hey, I want you to describe out this thing for me,
Yeah.
because I don't want to be the one who makes up this whole tavern. All of you guys, there's 6 stories to it. Pick one if you want.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why they're like, well, it doesn't really matter in combat because you'll get the ability to do something somewhere else.
Yeah. Which
If
is
the
why I
GM's
forced
watching
you to
it.
play
Yeah.
cards with the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can be the heavy-handed GM. Give me a chance.
Yeah, it's just, that you shouldn't have to. Is what I'm saying. Like if the if the initiative gets just right, you shouldn't have to feel like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and you guys all actually got, how much hope is everyone at right now?
3.
Didn't gain
Three.
any, so
You?
probably 2.
Yeah, you didn't gain or
2.
use any. Yeah, I got 3 only because of that last roll.
Where did my sheet go?
Well, speaking of the
Mhm.
the Seafaring, Seaborn,
Mhm.
you get to add that to hope at the end of this.
Yeah, right now.
So I didn't unfortunately get any, so I don't get to use it.
But
But
Swash
you
did.
get to add one.
Yeah, Swash gets a hope.
Yep. And then I get to use at the end. I have to clear all of my prayer dice.
Right.
So someone gets. So here's an interesting thing.
Mhm.
You can spend one or more of these prayer dice at any time to aid yourself or an ally within far range.
Mhm.
You can use the spent dice value to reduce any incoming damage, add to any roll result after the roll, or exchange for that many hope you may give to another player.
Mhm.
So does that mean I can't give myself the hope?
Yeah.
Any other player. Yeah, you're not allowed to give
Yep.
it to you. That has to be to someone
it
else.
says-
Very clericy.
You can spend one or more to aid yourself
Yeah.
or an ally.
Aid
Yeah,
is
so you
a,
can
a
do
specific
everything
kind of
but the
action, I
hope.
believe.
Okay, well, who has the lowest hope? Anybody have just one hope? I guess 0.
No, it's all twos
think
and
everyone's at-
threes.
Yeah, 2s
The
and 3s.
only other 2 would be Swash, but I think he gets a +1.
Just got to 3.
I just got the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the
You-
whole Bardic
you have the
Inspiration
lowest
thing
hope.
not being able to be used on a Bard in 5th edition.
Oh, I technically have 4 because I didn't spend the Slayer
Oh, yeah.
dice.
Oh,
Yeah,
does
so
that
it'll turn
recharge?
into a hope.
If you don't, it says if you at the end of a session clear any remaining Slayer dice on this card and gain that many hope.
Oh.
So I put 1 hope on that Slayer's dice and never got to use it, so it just turns into hope.
Okay.
Which is nice that it comes back like that.
Yeah, instead of just being a wasted resource potentially.
Well, you can
Okay.
fill somebody up with hope who uses the most hope.
Okay.
I use a lot of hope.
Yeah. Okay,
Linga.
Michelle, you get 3 hope.
Choose.
Okay, thank you.
3.
Yeah, and Charles take 1, I guess.
Yeah, because he has.
I rolled 2d4 and I got a 3 and a 1.
Wow. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I can use 2 hope to eat somebody.
Yeah.
And I can use 1 hope on a spell cast to add 1 to the result.
Yep. And also,
So-
what that means is that a lot of you are in range of team attacks,
Mhm.
or if that comes up. So, we'll have another combat. We'll have a short rest. We'll have another combat. We'll have the epilogue out of this little thing, and then I say we go ahead and just see what leveling up looks like by leveling to 2.
Sure.
So
Cool.
that'll be plenty of time to play. So
Mhm.
that'll be next session, and we'll see if it's completely changed by the time we come back. It changed 2 days ago, guys. 2 days ago, the game
2.
changed from being D6s on rolls to just rolling 2 12s. All the macros online are wrong.
Mhm.
It's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, this was a +1 shoot the shit playtest of Daggerheart. We're gonna go ahead and do a part 2 of it, so I guess I should label this as part 1 when we actually post it up. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, everybody. I had fun running this.
Yeah.
Same.
Mhm.
And I hope anybody
We got-
watching enjoyed and got something out of it.
Tomorrow/today, we have D&D Diablo, the 13th at approximately 10 p.m. Eastern. And then next week on the 19th, we should have Splinters of Faith, the game we were talking about earlier, run by Feel Up. And then again by Feel Up on the 21st of April, we will have what is maybe 2 more parts of Splinters, City of Mist.
Splinters of Mist.
Splinters of
City
Mist.
of Faith.
City of
City.
Faith.
Yeah.
They're both S of something. Well, S of something, because city does not start with an S. explain.
Spent my life in the city.
All right, well, that's our schedule for everything. We'll be back at this hopefully in 2 weeks on a Friday if everybody else is available again.
26.
Mhm.
Six. See you all then.
Most
Hope you all
likely.
had a good time, and we're gonna have another good time here later, and then our thoughts and explanations. Anybody else on a sign
Very
up thing?
cool. I think
Nope.
I'm good.
Happy birthday, Patrick!
Yeah,
Hey, Patrick.
It's technically over.
yeah, it's still
Whatever.
your birthday for 30 minutes where I am.
Okay, I'll take it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so
Alright.
much, James.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks a lot, James.
You all got to play Daggerheart. Maybe someday I will too. Alrighty.
Yeah,
We're
you
plus
will.
one. We're plus one shot plus the word one the number shot the word on YouTube plus the word underscore one the number underscore shot the word on Twitch and
That's it?
Twitter.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know.
Find us or don't. Whatever. Have a good night, everybody.
Find us.
Good
We're
night.
going to barbecue.